Okay, I'm getting pretty close to ready to start. We'll be booting up a little early today. Okay, I think now I'm ready to go. So, one thing I want to kind of do this week is I want to catch up to a very specific plot point. So I think this session and the next session will be much longer than our normal sessions. In order to get a really nice back-to-back, I would say, playthrough of my favorite part of the game. And I think a little bit of homework for me for the next couple of days, and also extending it next week, because I want to see if there's any other kinds of bugs and kind of weird things to kind of show off with the game that might not have shown off in the first playthrough. I mean, so far we're seeing some of the abusabilities of the combo system, but we haven't really tried pushing it to its limits. So I think our goal, definitely by next week, is to experiment a little more with it and talk to the chat about what makes a combo effective and things of that nature. But I think I need to do just a little more research before I feel confident enough to talk about it. So why don't we switch over to the game? Give it a second. One day it'll switch. There we go. Perfect. We turn that preview off. So, in the meantime, we were left at the prison island, and we had a very convenient conversation with Kuragane and friends. That, you know, if only we had some Orichalcum, I believe is where we left off last time. This poor white turtles we've reduced to tears. I just want to make sure that I purchased life bottles last time, because I remember I forgot twice to purchase life bottles at an easy juncture, but I think we're good to go. So generally speaking, from like a new game standpoint, most of these items, I honestly feel like we almost never use them. There's some very rare instances where you'll see me use gels for healing. I think we did it earlier in the playthrough. It's mostly just when we don't have Break Soul, or if something else is on cooldown. Like we ran out of life bottles, so use like a grape gel or something. Other than that, I don't feel like most of the items in this game are actually all that important, and you could go the whole game without honestly using any of them, especially if you're playing on normal difficulty. Poor turtles. So I believe we got all of these side quests and skits out of the way. So in order to progress, we have to talk to Benwick, and he's got a plot star above him, so he's gonna ask if we want to go somewhere in particular. Let's keep in mind we were trying to find other Earth Pulse points.
The first mate told me we're going to be looking for an Earth Pulse thingy, right? The ship's ready to leave whenever. Do you want to depart now?
Well, considering we can't really go anywhere else, I'm pretty sure. Actually, let's even verify. Yeah, I'm not allowed to leave the island any other way, so we're kind of railroaded into this. So let's go ahead and leave the island. Hey Chris, how's it going?
It's here! This is the Earth Pulse point!
Nothing but open water as far as the eye can see. Is your Earth Pulse point down below?
Most of this world is covered by ocean, so of course there'd be a lot of Earth Pulse points in the deep sea.
But surely even the Abbey would have a hard time containing a Therian underwater, right?
Looks like this one's a bust then.
Sorry, everyone.
Hold on. We've seen a bug Therian. You don't think there could be fish as well?
You may have a point. I think I have just a solution for this.
You do?
This.
What?
Don't give me that look. I'll have you know this is Fujibayashi's rod. This baby's 9 feet long, made from a single piece of the finest bamboo aged 5 years, with a slow 60-40 action that almost feels alive when it bends. Its exquisitely wrapped handle feels like an extension of your own arm. And just look at that elegant black lacquer finish. It's as perfect a fishing rod as there can be.
I'm sure it's a lovely fishing pole, but fishing? Are you sure? This is a Therian we're talking about.
All the more reason. Remember who you travel with.
Okay?
Alright, if no one else will, I'm going to veto this fishing idea.
Aw, come on, let's give it a shot. Besides, I'm hungry. Even if all we catch is fish, at least we'll have dinner.
I'd love to have me some koi or sockeye salmon.
Don't encourage them. How do you attach the hook to the line? Like this?
You don't go fishing much, do you?
It's just been a while. I used to go fishing with my brother sometimes.
This is my first time.
Then we can try it together.
I'll teach you how it's done.
I didn't know you could fish, Eleanor.
Yeah, when I was little, old man Tenny taught me. He was from my village. I've caught at least 100 triot loaches over the years.
Wow, that's a lot of fish.
Those two really get along. If I didn't know better, I think she's his sister, not his vessel.
Eleanor certainly got Lafisette's number. Better watch out, Velvet, or she'll steal him away.
Lafisette,
Let's get the line set up properly. First, you take it and thread it through the hook, like so.
That looks hard.
hey,
Once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to do it with your eyes shut.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Laffy!
Huh? You mean me?
Oh, I was just... Be careful there. Wouldn't want you falling into the water or anything.
Smooth
I'm
move,
not a
Velvet.
little kid, you know.
It's just that Laffy fell in once. A long time ago.
Laffy? You mean your younger brother?
That's right. You reminded me of him is all.
If you say so. Is that all you wanted to say to me?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay then. I'm going back to fishing with Eleanor.
People aren't as easily swapped in and out as fishhooks, are they?
Is that supposed to mean something?
Oh, Velvet, you gotta get it a lot tighter than that. Here, let me take a look at it.
Huh? Oh, all right.
Poor Velvet. Yeah, we got through the extremely awkward conversation. Well, let's talk to Benwick first, since he's not plot related. Chris was asking if we're at that cutscene. We are very close to fishing up a certain object. Don't worry.
Can I have my rod back now?
Hey, don't rush me here. If I don't get this squared away now, it'll just cause you trouble later.
I appreciate the effort and all, but do you seriously think we'll actually catch a Therian here?
Beats me, but the first mate hasn't met a fish he can't catch.
Huh. Eisen's really that accomplished of a fisherman?
Benwick says, "Leave it all to me. I'll whip you up a fearsome fishing tackle the captain taught me himself." You say so. What do you have to say, bald-headed pirate? You think you can call up a Therian by blasting a cannon at the ocean? You guys are scarier than demons sometimes. Well, we are demons. It doesn't really work. Oh, everybody's favorite character. What do you have to say? Apparently it really takes him back. One summer, Magilu used me as bait to catch a whale. So yeah, that was about as fun as it sounds. Chat's like, darn. If only the whale succeeded. Steersman says, holding the rudder of the Van Eltia. Is there any greater honor for a man? That was a rhetorical question, by the way. He doesn't want you to answer, chat. Don't answer him. Hardened Pirate says, uh-oh, the skipper's got hold of the fishing rod. This is gonna get ugly. Yeah, Eisen seems to be very fiercely competitive. Especially with Rokuro. We've seen a little bit of them clashing here and there, but it'll become more apparent, especially in some of the victory scenes. Oh,
Hey, Eisen, how about a competition? Let's see who can catch the biggest fish.
speaking
Don't
of
be
which.
ridiculous. Fishing is a solitary battle. It's about meditation and self-control.
Ooh, aren't you the philosophical one all of a sudden?
But I suppose I can't deny I really want to put this rod to the test.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Whenever I find a good sword, there's nothing I want to do more than to swing it.
Sure enough. There's just something about good equipment that gets the blood pumping.
Yeah. Although in my case, it's usually more like blood spurting.
A bit too much blood either way, if you ask me.
Listen, we're fishing no matter what. Wouldn't the competition be better for getting that blood of yours pumping?
Fine. You're on. But we both know already how this is gonna end.
You can plan all the victory speeches you like, but fishing is like life. Doesn't always go the way you think it will. You ready? Let's do this.
At what point did the Therian hunt turn into a contest?
It always turned into a contest, Velvet. Speaking of which... Okay, I'm just making sure the expedition's active. Unfortunately, I can't improve other people's cooking while we're here. We're actually coming up to another point where the game checks for a cooking recipe. But we'll do that when we're back on land. Well, I tried talking to Eisen, but apparently Rokuro is speaking. I said, let's make this interesting. Whoever loses will be the winner's servant for the day. With the Fujibayashi's rod in my hands, my chances of defeat are 0. Zilch. You're gonna regret this bet. So I was trying to decide Fujibayashi what Tales game it was referencing, and then I remembered, oh, it's referencing multiple Tales games, because there's multiple characters with that name. I feel like Chris more specifically might recognize that name if he's come across Sheena from Symphonia. I guess we'll speak to... I guess Laffy said first.
Old Man Tenny sounds like he was a real goofball.
Definitely. He used to say the weirdest things while we'd be fishing, just to make me laugh.
Like what?
Oh, it was all nonsense, but it was funny to me. Silly stuff like, Papero, Popero, Pippity Poppity Poo.
Yeah, that's silly, all right.
Those two look like they're having fun.
Laffy set laughs and says, Tenny is funny, but it's even funnier coming from you, Eleanor. Again, I feel like I'm trying to talk to, like, one character, and I keep talking to the other one. Like, I would not have thought standing here I was going to talk to Laffy set, but it is what it is. Eleanor says there's Colette collates collections, and the butcher meets meat at the meat. Well, I think we all know who Colette is, if anybody's played Symphonia, as she's one of the title characters. Tenny is a veritable treasure trove of wordplay. I don't know if that name is a reference offhand. I'm just trying to think about it. I don't think so. Let's see. Anybody else I should talk to before we continue with the plot? Just Magilu, I suppose.
If you truly admired the fishies, you'd never dream of doing this to them. No matter how tasty the bait, it's a poor trade for a barbed hook in the lip and a cruel death in the unforgiving air.
I don't admire fish. Fish exist to be caught and eaten, as far as I'm concerned.
Can't argue there. Raw, boiled, or grilled with a little salt. You can't go wrong. Oh, and if they're nothing but food to you, even their wretched squirms of agony can hold a kind of beauty.
Hey, Velvet, I've got your rod all set up for you.
Uh-oh. We're being called over, chat. Before we do that, I want to make sure we talk to Magilu one more time. She goes, Hey, Velvet, I spotted a giant oarfish. Try to catch it. I'm feeling peckish. Oh, Magilu indeed, chat. I'm thinking what we should do, just to extend our combos, is, as amusing as it is to have gouging spin, gouging spin, gouging spin, I think a more effective combo to stop the enemy from getting out is, even though it's a worse move, where is it at? I think I'll change one of these to Harsh Rebuttal. Generally speaking, an enemy will get out of the combo around 3 to 4 arts, probably more on the end of 3 than 4. It really just depends on what move it is. So, I feel if we're gonna go for longer boss combos, I should probably mix it up a little more. Magikazam. I really don't like Swallow Dance, but I could technically put it in a combo. Actually, what am I doing? I could just make this Tearing Thorn. That would be better for me. Because that's an element and it moves me sideways. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I'll also replace one of these Searing Edges with something else. We do actually have fairly good skills. Oh, I didn't realize we got Slag Assault. Too bad that move costs so much SP, it's like never worth it. But I'll make one of these Shell Splitter, I guess. I think the downside with her arts is they just cost like a little too much as you get further into the combo, and it just makes them not worth it most of the time, to be honest. Like, I'm just looking at this and I'm not like feeling really enthusiastic about how expensive this is. I'm gonna rearrange her moves slightly. Do this one to be Shell Splitter, and then this one to be Shadow Flow, and then this one to be Slag Assault. This'll work a little better. I think I'm more or less set up for the future. Also, I probably shouldn't end it in Rising Moon, now that I think about it. I don't want to do things like absorb HP. As I said before, I find them kind of useless, but anything that causes paralysis or something like that could be interesting. Maybe something quick here wouldn't be too bad. We'll see. I'm not a huge fan of Slicing Foot by itself. I think Gouging Spin is one of the best moves in the game, hence the 8,000 usages, but we'll try to add some variety. Okay, now let's go talk to Benwick.
This thing could even catch a whale if you wanted to. The rest is up to you. Now get out there and fish up a big one.
A Therian, you mean? Might as well give it a shot. It's not like anyone else remembers what we're here for.
Oh, something's pulling the line.
Stay calm. Fishing isn't about strength, it's about timing.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Here it comes. You ready?
Damn right I am. I'll fillet it before it can even land.
If it's a Therian, don't you dare kill it.
Now!
Heave.
Well, what do you know? Neither a fish nor a Therian.
Well, shoot. Can't eat that.
Oh,
It looks like it fit you though, Laphicet. Why don't you try it on?
I concur. Maybe it'll bring out his unique personality.
my unique personality, huh?
Oh no, chat, we got horns.
See? What did I tell you? It looks great on you, Laphicet.
You really think so?
Yeah, brings out your special charm, kiddo.
Come on, back to Therian fishing.
Oh.
Hey, you don't need to take it so seriously.
I have to catch the Therian. Maybe then Velvet will see me for who I am.
It's important we saw the horns, chat, no matter what it does to the outfit.
Oh, quit your grumbling. Who was it who said fishing doesn't always go how you think it will?
Spoken like a true, heartless pirate.
Oh, hey! I've got something!
Whoa, looks like I'm next.
Not a single decent catch.
I think it's decent.
Huh?
Oh no, chat. We acquired something else.
You found a look all your own. Ah, the vagaries of youth.
You don't take half measures, do you, kid?
What's wrong, Laphicet?
You look ridiculous. Take that off.
I agree with Velvet.
Stop it! What do you know about me anyway?
He's so mad, chat, he reverted outfits.
Silly on you.
All you know is you're Laffy.
Oof.
Hey, Velvet, something's pulling on your rod.
Oh,
Velvet's like, oh, thankfully something got me out of this awkward scenario.
Big one.
Give it everything you've got.
I know what I'm doing.
Here it comes, chat.
It's a big one.
One of the dumbest moments in the game.
A pot. Yay.
Dumber than the outfit dress up, which is canon.
What's Pot doing out here?
There's something inside it.
There's something inside it, chat. You know, this is pretty typical right here. You know, you would expect a sea creature or two to come from the pot. That's a lot of sea creatures though.
An octopod?
Their weakness is earth. Well, fortunately, I did add in Tearing Thorn to our combo. So as long as we use Tearing Thorn, we should be okay here.
I wish they'd stop making those noises.
Watch out! They're armed to the squeak, and they're shouting, "Let's squeak 'em ring!"
Must you?
Yeah, look at this monstrous amount of damage we're doing. What? Wow, okay. Just do 60k, it's fine.
I'll cut down anyone in my way.
Don't mess with Velvet, chat. She's breaking the damage limit. Chat, this is why it's important to upgrade your weapons. Okay, chat. Well, you know, there's just a couple creatures in the pot.
That was scary.
Be more careful before you approach a suspicious object.
You think Laffy would have stayed back?
That has nothing to do with this.
Hold on. There's something else inside.
Chat, I don't know what it is about that cutscene, but like seeing the shrunken zombie like slowly expand out of the pot, or the fact that there's now been like 11 different things that came from the pot, that gets me every time, chat. It's welcome to the clown car pot. Oh boy, let's see what their weakness is. Oh, just regular physical strikes. Well, that's really unfortunate for them.
Now we gotta fight the shambling dead?
A Zombo pot!
For a bunch of dead guys, they're awfully, fleshy.
Further support for the healthy octopus diet.
Mac, we're finished here. Let's go. An octopus army? A horde of undead? What the hell is this pot?
Magnificent. To think I'd get to see one with my own eyes.
Huh? Is there something special about this creepy old pot?
Creepy, you say? That's why these things need to be left to the professionals. Listen and behold. This is none other than a water jug made by the potter Groon during King Clauden's reign. It was a legendary, once-in-a-millennium masterpiece, but it was lost in the Second Warring States period 200 years ago. Assertive yet not ostentatious, the piece draws you in with its stately curves and the subtle shimmer of its colors, which belie a hidden savagery.
2 lectures in one day.
Yeah, he's talking gibberish, but that's men in general, I suppose.
The lost glazing technique of the Orichalcum is so vibrant, it looks like it could start moving at any moment. Huh?
Oh, and start moving it did.
Look out! The pot's a demon!
No escape! Whatever you guys do, make sure you don't smash it!
So, can I slash it?
That's even worse!
Stop arguing and fight already!
No escape!
Okay, well, the pot is alive. Hello, Pandora pot. I like that it has, like, two faces. Like, one obviously in the center, but if you look at its arms, if you could combine them, it makes the face. You can see the little teeth there. I'm just looking at its weaknesses. Happens to be Earth. Also resists physical and fire, which is kind of unfortunate. But I could see that we're going to get the Journeyman Smith's Acerite, which should be pretty amazing for us, honestly, at this point. It's perfectly normal, chat. I think what we're gonna do, just to... I think I need a little more combo variance. Just a little bit more. I think this should be okay. I want to remove some of the duplicates now that we have some more moves. This should be fine. I do want Searing Edge on demand, though. I might get rid of Tearing Thorn, because I don't think I need this as much at the moment. Because I have Shadow Flow. But I do need a fire move. I'm just going to slightly rearrange my skills. Sorry about this, chat. I guess I can make that Swallow Dance just to mix things up a little bit. So from my rough understanding of the game, chat, basically you get punished for doing multiple moves in the same combo to the point that they get reduced effectiveness. I believe there's a limit to how many moves the game keeps track of. So I think if you don't want to lose any effectiveness, you actually just want to do 4 unique moves in a row, and then you can repeat the same 4 again. I believe is how it works. I'll double check and correct it next stream if that happens to not be the case, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. So I'm gonna, now that we actually have more moves, let's have some variance to our combos. Speaking of which, okay, there we go. See, I got the weakness, but not the stun. Oh, Rokuro, I really need you to... I need you to Hurricane Hut for me. Thank you. Oh, look at that damage, chat. Here it comes, chat. Look at the damage. This is what happens when you hit a weakness combo with a stun. It might have high defense, but it doesn't really matter if we could just kind of nuke it.
Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try.
So much for not smashing the pot, chat.
Now, rise, arise, ascending.
So this will give us a huge head start in damage. Oh, it actually hit me. Good for you, pot. Now, Hurricane Thrust is an exception to this rule, because that move is so broken. I could basically get the stun no matter what. That's like one of the few rules where I just don't think it matters, chat. Oh, somebody else got the stun. How rare. There we go. I'll just interrupt his attack with an invincible move. It's fine, chat. Oh, I dodged too early. There we go, Loppy set. Going in melee. Oh, I got that stun. Disrespectful cast mid combo. Speaking of which, what is Velvet doing, by the way? I think I confused her AI. Oh, did he really die while I tag swapped? That sucked, chat. I was just messing around, but I feel sad that I got Loppy set killed. What a shame, chat. Yeah, did I tell her to go like pure defense or something by accident? And I just forgot. That would explain it. She was just kind of camping out. I'm like, I'm not used to seeing Velvet actually stay out of combat. He'll recover in time, I think. Ooh, that damage we're doing, though. Oh, I actually got the counters in briefly. I'm just trying to make sure we all have at least 3. This should be good enough. Well, I got the dodge. I wasn't going for it intentionally, but I'm glad it worked out. Oh, his attack animation was still going. That sucked. This is kind of annoying. There we go. I was looking for that. Let's get some damage going. What a very resistant enemy, chat. It makes me sad. There we go. Ooh, I didn't get the stun. That sucks. That did no damage. Huh. Interesting, interesting. I kind of hope somebody else can actually stun this enemy. But it seems to not be happening. We're stalling for Laphicet, so I don't want to nuke this boss right away. But it would help to weaken it a little more. And that helps. Much better. Now we got 3 meter. And I could go back for that other soul. Or I'll get tagged trying to get that other soul. That sucked. Oh, hello, camera. Alright, once he gets to 4 meter, I'm gonna tag in Velvet, I think. Unfortunately, because this stage has kind of weird angles, it's kind of easy to get the camera caught by accident. So now I just need one more stun, and I can work on Velvet. Oh, they tagged in Velvet. What? Why did they do that? Alright, I think Laphicet's almost recovered at least. Okay, I think he's revived. So as soon as I get the stun, I'm ending him. Okay, we're ending him, chat. Oh, stun didn't wear off that time. Goodbye. Look at that damage, chat.
Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try. Perfect.
Oh, stun wore off. Well, we'll finish it there, chat.
Fly away, little birdie. Far away.
Much better, chat. We gave the experience to Aizen. Oh no. Oh no, he unlocked Dragon Dive? Oh no, chat. For people that have seen me play the game before, that's like a game changer move. Like that puts him on a completely different tier. Uh-oh, chat. We're gonna be seeing a lot more Aizen. And I gave the experience to him, so that's probably why we unlocked the move at this point, because I believe the next tier of unlocks are level specific. You cannot get them at a low level compared to some of the other arts. Now, we also learned Soaring Dragon with Velvet, which I think is not bad, but it gives us an anti-dragon move, if I'm not mistaken. And Frigid Pillar is also a decent move for people that want to melee with Laphicet. And again, I think he's actually kind of fun in melee once he gets a few moves. So I think this will help round out his moveset overall and have us repeat moves a little less, which is good, because variety also improves our ability to do things like different stun effects and things like that. So we might as well just do that. Oh, and we got a whole bunch of mastery. So even though we had one character die on us, which was my fault, you could blame me for that, chat. I should have swapped sooner. We still got a decent amount of grade, so we'll take advantage of that. So hello, invulnerable for 3 seconds at the start of battle. That'll be useful. Ooh, just everybody learning things, chat.
It's finally decided to behave itself.
Wait, Velvet! Don't eat it!
It's a pot. I'm not gonna eat it.
I guess there weren't any Therians to be found here after all.
Yeah, if there'd have been any, you'd think old Eisen's Reaper curse would have drawn him out.
Oh, so that's why all we caught today were weird, useless things.
Right. I forgot about the curse. So all this was Eisen's fault, huh?
Funny how quickly you get used to it.
Oh, my power didn't end up helping us out at all.
Nope.
Hmm.
But I know you're not the type to give up after a little setback. Isn't that right, Fee?
Huh? Fee?
It's your nickname. Not a whole lot of thought put into it, but... You're you. You're Fee.
Velvet.
Fee. I like it. It has personality.
Thanks.
Of course, if you still feel like giving up.
No, I'm gonna find us the next Earth Pulse point.
Oh, hey. There's something else inside the pot.
Gee, Chad, I wonder what's in the pot.
This golden luster, it's Orichalcum!
No way, Chad.
I get it now. This must be where that ship sank all those years ago. The one Kurogane told us about.
Hell yeah! Kurogane might actually be able to make me an Orichalcum sword. Nice find, Eisen. You too, Laphicet.
It wasn't easy, but we didn't come away empty-handed. And just getting a chance to fish again was lots of fun.
Yeah, I had a really good time too.
Even I was entertained. Especially your little costume show, kiddo.
The sun's going down soon. Let's head back to Titania.
So one thing I want to talk about, since I was double checking some notes as we were doing combat, the reason you also want to mix up, let's say the martial moves and the hidden art moves. I don't remember if I talked about this at the beginning when we were playing through it, but I figure now's not a bad time to talk about it now that we have moves. Is that it will keep collecting the number of moves you do beyond checking for repeats. So what I mean by that is anytime you start a combo, let's say with martial arts, all of your subsequent arts that are not martial arts, I believe, will take a reduced soul gauge cost. So if you do a series of martial arts and finish with a hidden art, which is usually what I try to do, like here I do it in this in a similar fashion, then what'll happen is that all of your moves will be cheaper subsequently. And that's actually kind of important to know for Velvet and Rokuro in particular, because some of their best moves are hidden arts, but they are extremely expensive in combos. So just putting a simple low-cost move at the beginning will end up saving you quite a lot. So I believe the first move you use that's martial in a combo reduces everything by 10%. So this 6 soul gauge that I spend, instead of spending, let's say, 20, will result in me losing almost 6 SG in cost for the entire combo, for the rest of it anyway. And that also includes if I start looping the same combo. Let's say I have more than 5 souls, it'll start looping upon itself. So I just want to make sure that we have some options to go into. Kind of similarly to that, if we start doing a lot of hidden arts in one combo, it's probably good to put a martial move in there at some point, because the more we do of the hidden arts, it improves the effect chance of something else triggering. Unfortunately, Swallow Dance, I don't think really needs that bonus, but it would be useful on other characters like Rokuro, who have ready access to things like paralysis on their combos. And then I definitely don't think I talked about this before, but if you insert spells into a combo, let's say either Laphicets or Eisens, what it'll do is it'll make all subsequent moves in the combo stun longer. So it's actually not too bad to consider putting in a spell towards the end of your combo, but not the exact end. So that way you benefit from casting it faster due to doing more hits in general. And that means your final move will end up stunning for quite a long amount of time. And that might be enough for you to get a casual reset on them. So you can regain a little bit of soul gauge between combos. I figure I'd just mention it now, since we're kind of in downtime, as it were. We learned a new recipe, the takoyaki recipe. So one other thing is I wrote down that there should be a whole ton of skits that we still haven't seen. So I'm just making sure we have not passed the point for it yet. Oh no, we still have to go a little further for the other skits, so we're good, chat, we're good. Percival says, I saw the jug you fished up. It's assertive but not ostentatious, and its luxurious curves are subtly seductive. That's what Eisen said. Wait a minute, why did they have the same thing to say? Did Eisen talk to him and learn about it or something? What's up with that, chat? Guess we'll go from Eleanor downwards. I don't think there's any other skits to see at the moment. Yeah, no. Also, being able to do this to check for skits, so much better, chat.
What else do they have in common?
What are you up to?
I'm compiling everything we know about Earth Pulse points, starting with what the ones in Ward Forest and Palamedes have in common. I'll compare those points with the ones that didn't have any Therians. Then, I'll factor in everything I currently know about the Abbey's deployments. Once that's done, I'll match all that information against what we know about the locations Laphicet was able to sense. When that's completed, we should be able to tell which locations are more likely to house a Therian.
You're really going all out, aren't you?
Must you sound so incredulous? If you're going to do something, then give it your all. There is no other way to live.
Right. I'm counting on you then.
I'm not doing this for you. This is for me and for Laphicet. Do you even understand why that boy's trying so hard?
Yeah, I do.
Lenore says, if you understand, then show me that you do. I can't emphasize the importance of that enough.
Laphicet! I spy! I spy! I can't, Kamawana. I've got stuff to... I spy with my little eye. Something that starts with V. Okay, I'll try. Is it... Velvet? No fair! How'd you do it so fast? Wait, Kamawana, I'm sorry. You don't have to cry.
Poor Fee.
What do you have to say about this, Laphicet? Girls can be hard to understand sometimes, says Laphicet. Well, now she's teleported over here. Kamawana says that Laphicet is just plain mean. Who raised him anyway? You know boys. When they're around a lady, they could turn into right old meanies at times. Kamawana responds with, oh, you're so wise and mature, Prince Percival. I really admire you. Uh-oh. Percival's apparently really shocked by this. He goes, you do? It's just something I read in a novel, actually. Maybe admire was a strong word. Ouch. Prince got burned. I'm telling you, Chad, every time she speaks, I'm like, I'm grimacing. I just feel it. Sort of how chat reacts to Bienfu, I react to Kamawano that way. I don't like it when she speaks. Bienfu says, you could give me a nickname if you want. I'm sure the chat has many nicknames for him, but I don't think there are any that he actually wants. Okay, let's talk to Magilu.
Have you been practicing your dove impression, Velvet?
What? No.
Now, a performer in Magilu's menagerie has to be more diligent than that. What if we're stopped at a checkpoint and the guards ask you to perform a trick?
If that happens, I'll show them my trick where I devour an entire witch faster than the blink of an eye.
Oh, that would be a sight indeed. But seriously, if you ever want some magic tricks up your sleeve, let me know and I'll teach you some. Just 10,000 gold each.
I mean, we could afford that, honestly. Magulu says, steady practice is the key. If you don't want to put in real effort, you'll never be the real McCoy. Is that canon in the Tales universe? Okay. You have to perfect your art, be it juggling or vengeance. Hello, Kurogane. How will you disappoint us today? Kurogane says, without a head, the Orichalcum you found won't go to waste. Why are we giving it to someone else? Oh, he says, I'll pour my entire being into making the mightiest blade the world has ever seen. Oh, Kurogane, we know that's not true. We don't believe you. We don't even use your other weapon at all.
Hey, Velvet. You don't mind if I give Kurogane that Orichalcum you fished up, do you?
Doesn't matter to me. But do you really think you can make a weapon with that?
Well, I don't know. What does the expert think?
Conventionally, no, it's impossible. But when has convention ever stopped a demon?
I won't argue that.
We're dealing with the hardest metal in existence. But I'm ready to cast aside all doubt, to focus everything on forging my greatest creation.
If anybody can do it, it's you. Good luck, Kurogane.
Yeah, best of luck. If you can make Rokuro stronger, you'll be helping me out too.
Let's all shake our heads, chat. What a lie. Rokuro says, with Kurogane's Orichalcum Stormquell, Shigure is sure to fall the next time we cross swords. Oh, Rokuro, he's set up as like a final boss. We are too early in the game for that possibly to be true. Oh, foolhardy Rokuro, when will you learn? We're like level 27. Maybe when we triple our level, we'll deal with him.
Hey, what do you say we track down another Therian?
Sure. From what I can tell, the next closest Earth Pulse point is near the center of Midgand.
Midgand, huh? The capital's not far from there. I wonder how things are now that Griffin's gone, though.
Only one way to find out.
Maybe so, but Aizen's not here, you know.
You're right. I haven't seen him in a while. We should probably ask Benwick where he wandered off to.
Yeah.
Hold on. There's a letter here. On pretty cutesy stationery, too. Let's just have a quick look-see. As the cold turns bitter and the snow piles up on the mountains, I cannot help but think of you and hope you are in good cheer. As for myself, I am the same as ever, although I recently acquired a rare item that I shall be sending your...
It's rude to read other people's letters, you know.
Yeah, but how else are we supposed to find out whose it is?
Does it say who the sender is?
Uzfamiwu Wexiv.
Who the hell is that?
Probably someone on this island, if I had to guess. Hey! Anybody lose a letter?
Do any of these folks look like the type to write a fancy letter?
Point taken.
It could be one of the pirates. Why don't we go to the docks and ask around?
Fine, just don't forget our mission.
Okay, chat, are you ready? Are you ready for like 8 skits, by the way? Because we need another party member first, but as soon as that happens, we're going to be seeing so many of them. I just want you to know, chat, like, we're going to be here for at least 20 minutes. So if you're wondering why we started the stream early, strap in, chat. We have a lot of skits to go through. I'll do a new save just because, though. I know, strap in. We're in for a rough ride. Sober Pirate says, ugh, my emergency stock of spirits is all but dry. Who's the primary suspect? Hard to say when we're all pirates. You say so, Pirate Man. Okay, we definitely need Aizen. So let's get Aizen, chat.
Apply this time either?
But she's doing okay. I can say's that much.
That's good to hear. I can rest easy then.
Now's about getting that pot wrapped. I's got this new sunflower print, huh? How's that sound?
Yeah, that one's cute enough. Let's go with that.
Did he just say cute?
Help you with something?
Someone dropped this letter. Do you have any idea who it might...
You didn't read it, did you?
Wait, it's yours?
We didn't read it. Much.
You really didn't read it?
No, of course not.
Put this letter in with the package.
Who's got it? When you ship with the Turtles Express, rest assured your mail is in good hands.
If you're done here, we're ready to head out. Our destination is Midgand.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Was he sending a gift to someone? And with a letter, too.
Gotta be a lady friend, that's for sure.
You think? Either way, that letter was really polite. And did you see that penmanship?
Yeah, I didn't know old Reeps had it in him.
I can hear you two, you know.
Ah!
Yikes. Better watch what we say from now on.
Yeah.
Are you ready, chat? Skit number 1.
I noticed you've come up with your little name for the kid. You sure are the sentimental type, aren't you?
Oh? Calling him Fee doesn't cost me anything, and it's not like I gave it much thought.
That may be the case, but no one else has taken even that token effort. And in doing so, I wonder if maybe you were trying to encourage him to be his own being. After all, one requires a name before he can consider his own identity. Having been given a name, he realizes he is his own entity, separate from others, and a certain formless essence comes to life inside him. And you're the one who set that process in motion for the kid. Whether you intended to or not, you changed him from a puppet into a living being.
So what's your point?
I've been with you since the start of this journey, haven't I? Wouldn't kill you to give me a nickname, would it?
I've never really thought of us as being that close. And besides, you just forced your way into the group.
Come now! I know you've got a bigger heart than that! Surely you have it in you to give a nickname to a dear friend!
We're not dear friends. And even if we were, I'm not good at nicknames anyway.
Please, I'm begging you!
I do like these nicknames, though.
Okay then. Moggy.
Oh, come on, that's so obvious. Can't you put some heart into it for your dear friend?
Fine. Lou.
Do I look like an old man to you? You're not even trying!
Okay then. Witchy McWitcherton.
Interesting. Well, if I had to rank it against 1,000 other nicknames, I'd probably put it at number 1,011. A nickname needs to have charm. It needs to leave a lasting impression.
Sure then. Hattie.
Now you're just saying what you see!
Bookskirt.
That's not any better either!
Ms. Creepy Eyes.
That's just an insult! Look, no nicknames based on what you see, and especially no slandering!
Lil Miss Witch who smiles around you but stabs you in the back when you're not looking.
Hey, that's personal information!
Look, I told you. I'm not good at coming up with nicknames.
Forget it! I should have known this wouldn't work!
Our expedition has returned. I'm trying to think if I actually have the ingredients for the next quest. I might not actually have it. I'm trying to remember which ingredient I'm looking for. It should be in here somewhere. I'm looking for something very specific. This. I need to make sure I have the Dwarven Salisbury surprise, because again, the game thinks you're only like roughly here in exploration, by the way, so it's very easy to miss this skit. So I want to make sure I get the ingredients for this cooking item.
Scout ship setting sail.
We'll put that under the obscure skits thing, and if I don't have the ingredients for it, I'll grab it exactly once just in case. But we have yet another skit to view in the meantime, talking about octopus ink pasta.
Aizen, what happened to those octopuses?
Dial and Kurogane took them to the kitchen. They said they were going to make dinner for Kamoana.
They're going to feed demons to her?
A Therian needs malevolence to survive.
That's why they carried them off alive.
What do they plan on making?
Octopus ink pasta with takoyaki and fried octopus on the side, and Hellavesian octopus carpaccio.
Do they have a takoyaki pan here at the prison?
Kurogane hammered one out with some iron, along with a large pot for the pasta.
Still looking like that? Takoyaki would hit the spot right about now, though.
Octopus ink pasta, huh?
Like squids, octopuses release ink as a defensive mechanism, but theirs is made of different stuff and is used in other ways. Squid ink is stickier and acts like a decoy, but octopus ink spreads out like a cloud of smoke.
But squid ink has 30 times the savory flavor, so octopus ink isn't used in pasta all that often.
Luffy told me the same thing. He said that's why octopus ink pasta isn't very good.
Luffy said that?
Yeah, so I ended up not making it for him. But I wonder... I guess it doesn't matter, since I can't taste it now.
I'll taste it for you then. So make me some octopus ink pasta sometime, alright?
Alright, and I'll be sure to make some that doesn't come from demons.
Mm-hmm. Okay, chat, we have another skit. Hope you're ready. We're gonna be here for at least 20 minutes, chat.
Hey, who did Eisen send that letter and cooking pot to anyway?
I don't want to think about it. That walloping still stings.
You've got to be curious though, right?
Maybe.
It was serious stuff. Whoever it is must be important to him. A lover, maybe?
Eisen's lover.
A child wouldn't be happy with that cooking pot, and a man wouldn't want it wrapped up so pretty. A young woman with Eisen's tastes, then. He'd be bound to fall for a miraculous match like that, right?
I don't know. I bet she's that girl with the yellow umbrella.
You really have a thing for her, don't you?
I do not. That's not what I mean.
Then pray tell, what do you mean?
Huh?
Eavesdropping, Eleanor? How unseemingly rude of you. Besides, Luffy said is free to like whomever he chooses.
You're one to talk about eavesdropping, Moggy Lou. Anyway, it's just that the sunflower design on the wrapping reminded me of her.
Now that you mention it, but does it really matter? He has someone to write to in any case.
True. I can't help but feel a bit envious.
What a nice way of summing it up, Velvet. So you were eavesdropping too, then?
Oh, Velvet. Okay, chat, now we have another one regarding Eisen. So, we already know the identity of the subject of that letter. We've seen Edna, actually very briefly in this game, but also she was a protagonist within Zesteria. We happen to know that the relationship between them is familiar.
Say, what do you think about Eisen?
Oh, so that's the kind of guy you're into, hmm?
Huh. Not what
You're
I'd
pretty much
expect,
screwed.
but...
No! I just feel there's something different about him. The way he picks presents, the objects that catch his eye.
Oh, is that all? Boring.
No kidding. All men have some kind of particular interest, big or small.
I suppose that's true, but he seems a bit, shall we say, overly obsessive?
Now that you mention it, he does have a tendency to ramble on about various topics.
And it's not just the items he collects.
There's more to it?
Every weekend, he eats curry for dinner, and every time we go into port, he docks at the 3rd Ballard.
Come to think of it, I heard the galley crew complaining that he always needs his pasta cooked exactly the right way.
And when he needs a new outfit, he always goes to the same tailor and returns with identical clothes and boots. It all has to be exactly the same size and in exactly the same color. Turtle says he's very nitpicky.
Sounds like he's not so much picky as he is a pain in the ass.
But I do see a different side of him now. I thought pirates were all rough and filthy, but it seems they can be quite meticulous.
Not much of a reassessment.
Chat, we have another one regarding the two-headed coin. So we're having a lot of Eisen-themed skits, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
It must not feel great only ever getting tails, I bet.
Nah, I don't really mind that much. It's way too late for me to start letting that bother me.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be nice to get heads at least once? Hell, I know I'd like to see that, and I bet Laffy said here does too.
Yeah, I do.
Right? That's why I've brought something a little special. Ta-da!
What's so special about that coin? It looks identical to the one Eisen already has.
The front side does, yes. But both sides of the coin are actually heads. I had Kurogane make it for me custom. If both sides are heads, then not even the Reaper's curse can stop it.
Well, yeah, but that's cheating. What's the point in getting heads if it's rigged that way?
It's not cheating. It's called effort and hard work.
How?
If you always work hard and never give up, you'll make your own way forward. All right, I'm in. I'll get that heads for you.
just flew off with the coin.
Those birds are attracted to shiny objects, I suppose. Damn it! I can't even win against a crow.
Don't sweat it. I figured something like this might happen, so I had a backup ready. Go on, give it a shot. You'll show that curse who's boss this time.
All right, here goes.
I don't believe it! Now Prince Percival's griffin's gone and eaten the other coin right out of the air!
Are you kidding me?
Not to worry, I've got a spare backup. It's time to put that curse on notice.
Right. Here I go.
You gotta be kidding me. Reaper's curse or not, does it really have to go this far over a damn coin?
It's fine, really. I had a feeling it'd turn out like this.
Well, I sure didn't.
Yeah, me neither.
We can all blame Kuragane, chat. So you might think that we have only one more skit, but you would be wrong, chat. We have actually quite a few more skits to go. I'm just gonna check on our expedition real quick. Okay, we still got like 22 minutes as the backup, just in case we have to wait for the other skit. It won't be too far off. Let's get this one started.
May I ask you a question?
What?
You're an Earth Moloch, yes? Why live on the sea when your kind sinks in water?
I live on the sea because I'm an Earth Moloch.
I'd be curious to hear more.
Ifrid used to go on about how we should accept what we were born with. But one time he joked about the idea of a pirate who couldn't swim, and he laughed and laughed. I wanted to clobber him right then and there, but it wouldn't have changed the fact that I can't swim. I didn't want some predestined elemental affinity to control who I was. Instead, I underwent tough training to overcome it.
Well, I guess that's one way to approach it. Did this training of yours bear any fruit?
Well, as soon as I stepped into a river, a big flood brought down a landslide from the mountains and swallowed me up. Then, when I tried going into a lake, the seaweed suddenly multiplied and tangled around my body, nearly drowning me. And then finally, when I tried jumping into the ocean, a huge whirlpool formed with me at its very center.
Huh. The Reaper's curse at play?
As far as I'm concerned, my Earth affinity and my Reaper's curse aren't much different, in that they've both shackled me since I came into being. This is about pushing and challenging the constraints I was born with.
So, did you eventually learn how to swim?
Pretty much, yeah. As long as I never let go of my portable life preserver.
Oh, huh.
Or Aizen. See chat's commenting about Kuragane's craftsmanship. I mean, I'm not really surprised the third coin shattered. I mean, I kind of thought all of them would. Or Aizen can't catch a break, though. Speaking of birds, you have anything to say, Griffin, after eating the coin? Excuse me, Grocky. Percival's just asking if the bird's ready to hunt. The sky and the sea here are your playground. Find something nice to impress Kamawana with. Gonna drop a coin in for Kamawana. Griffin says chat. Okay, so now I think we could get a cutscene. Oh, I have just enough. Oh, we got really lucky, chat. I have mystery meat. I need a very specific character to cook this.
Now this is a thing of beauty.
I hope I didn't do this too early. Nope, we got it, chat. This is a really easy to miss skit because it requires you to cook a very specific ingredient. So I made sure to write that down, chat. I made sure.
Huh. I never pegged you as a bad cook, Aizen. What happened?
The Reaper's curse strikes again!
Don't tell me that the curse even affects your own cooking.
Afraid so. If I try to flip meat in a pan, it rights itself in the air and lands square back on the cook's side.
Does that happen with everything you try to flip? What about pancakes?
There's a certain beauty in the dichotomy of golden yellow and dark brown.
And omelets, too?
Eggs are pretty much a no-go.
No eggs over easy. Ouch.
I can't even make mini pizzas.
Wait, but you don't have to flip anything to make those.
If I'm not careful with how I carry them, they end up face down on the floor.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
What a stubborn little curse you carry around.
Just use a spatula.
No, I still have my pride.
And then, because we are above cooking level, I want to say 15, we triggered another skit because I also happened to use the same item there. So there you go, chat. 2 very easy to miss skits. We got them. You almost won I can't even make mini pizzas as a voice clip. Could do that. I could do that, chat.
Now this is what I call a Salisbury steak. Juicy, aromatic, perfectly seared on both sides. It was a long, hard battle getting to this point.
Maybe you should have taken Velvet's advice to use a spatula sooner.
I'm not one to ever surrender before a battle. Anyway, I've come a long way relying only on my bare hands.
But you did ask Kurogane to make you a spatula. That did happen, right?
I don't do things by halves. That's my way.
Oh, Aizen. So we're gonna make sure to recook with somebody else, though. Now, Eleanor's cooking's getting really high up there, but we're really, really far behind with Magilu, so I think we need to get Magilu cooking for us, chat.
Bon appetit! A meal of magic and mystery.
So let's level her cooking up a little bit, just because it is just so far behind at this point. And we also need to get rid of our max cooking supplies.
Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Oh, bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit!
Bon appetit, chat.
Bon appetit! Bon appetit!
Yeah, probably don't cook with your bare hands. That just sounds like a bad idea, chat.
Oh, bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Bon appetit!
Bon appetit, chat. We're gonna get her up to at least level 5. I want to make sure we're never at max ingredients, because that's just a waste of items at that point. But once we get it a little lower, it might be good enough to leave it alone for a while.
What should I brew up next time?
I guess for now we can have her auto cook with, instead of poison, we'll have her cook art defense. Not really a great bonus, honestly. I feel like defense most of the time you honestly don't ever really want to get, because you have a lot of skills that pop whenever you have low max health, which at that point I'd rather A, just have more health via Velvet's thing, or just B, greatly reduce damage via percentage elsewhere, just so I don't get one shot. We'll do that for now. Bon appetit, chat. So, if you thought we were done with skits, we're still not done. There should be another skit if we go back to the inn. Oops. That's not how I get to the inn. I'll go to the back dots. This is quicker. Speaking of which, I'll just grab these items. You can also check to make sure the NPCs don't have anything to say. It does not look like that is the case. So if I come here, there should be another skid, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, indeed.
Did you ever figure out if that bug was a stag or a rhinoceros beetle?
Actually, I still haven't really looked into it.
Why not? Weren't Rokuro and Aizen pretty curious to find out too?
They're why I haven't. They both have really strong opinions, and they both make a believable argument. And if I determined it was a new kind of beetle entirely, my decision would change the very course of their fates.
Their fates? I think you're exaggerating things.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
We're still hashing out what that Rhinostagros really is. Kiddo here's holding off on his final decision because he's worried about how you'll take it.
You're both adults. Can't one of you just give in so we can move on?
It's a rhinoceros beetle. I'm not backing down on that.
No, it's a stag beetle.
Why not just take off the pointy bits? Then we can all agree it's just a plain old beetle. Simple.
Sounds good to me.
Don't even joke about that. If you took away my swords, I wouldn't have anything left. Same thing goes for a stag beetle and its pincers.
And taking away a rhinoceros beetle's horns is disrespectful to its way of life, and to even suggest it is just plain wrong. No, if we're going to argue it out over this, we need to exhaust every possible angle before coming to a conclusion. It's the right thing to do.
Madam Eleanor! Here's that field guide to rare insects of Midgand you wanted me to get you.
Thanks, Bienfu. Surely this book will have something about that bug. Yeah, here it is. This beetle's real name is... Argonathocrassus, the thick-jaw beetle.
It's named for its jaws? That must make it a stag...
It's a drone beetle. The field guide says it's a really rare variety, too. I guess that's that.
No, you're wrong. It's a brand new species. I call it the Laphicet rhinostagros. That's my decision, and I'm not backing down.
Here you go, chat. Oh no, I see Hattie nickname has stuck around. There we go. It will forever be Rhinostagros, chat. Denied the truth. Back to the front docks we go. So now we are temporarily done with skits, but we still have some item management to deal with. So let's go make sure we start learning new abilities here. I actually don't feel like poison is that bad of a status ailment in this game compared to other ones. I am much rather bothered by slow or paralysis over poison by far. But it is what it is. We're gonna see if Velvet has any other boots she needs to learn from. Oh, we have Feldspar boots. Which increases our defense when health is low. Which again, I don't... If my health is low, I don't think it matters when I'm on this difficulty. Defense is the least important stat for Velvet by far. Like, you only want things that buff damage. Speaking of which, she's wearing something that only increases damage, because I don't care how much damage she takes while getting hit. Does not matter, chat. Also, I like how that weapon looks. Snakebite's pretty good, too. Alright, we're gonna lose a little bit of armor, but it makes our melee better and our spellcasting much stronger, so this benefits us pretty much overall. Seems like we're still learning some other moves. Not too bad. Yeah, I like that I was using... yeah, that's amazing. So I like that I was using melee, and it did okay damage, but definitely we'll keep on the Sorcerer title for our AI companions. They should be spell spamming at this point. Let's see. We can get rid of this. I think she has a couple of boots. Yeah, she has a lot of boots she could learn from. Switch her over to this for now. Eleanor having more defense might be good for us, because I don't really trust the AI to not explode when something looks at them funny. So her going back up to 265 defense makes me feel a little better. We lose a little armor. Oh, we also lose the blast gauge. Oof. That's painful. Speaking of which... What was that last item that we just unlocked? Yes! Okay, chat, we're ready for some huge upgrades. So, we've been sitting at only +3 equipment, and after beating the pot, we're now at +6. That is so important, chat. Oh, it's gonna make life so much easier. Speaking of which, let's slowly move them up the tiers. Poison Ward's still being learned. Feldspar, he's done with. Oh, I saw something he could learn from. Oh, it's the Kingly Waistcoat. So he can't learn anything for now from that. Spiked shoes. Guess I could switch him over to resistant boots for now. Because him getting more blast gauge from Break Soul, given how much we shout you're wide open, just seems like the smart thing to do, chat. Oh, he also has an 8% chance not to lose souls using this, so that's also really stupid with Aizen. Because I just spam his Break Soul all day, chat. Oh, and that reminds me too, the more you use a Break Soul in the combo, the more it makes your other combos do more damage, and because Aizen's just able to kind of loop it forever, he really gets absurd damage bonuses in his combos. It's rather silly. But I think, chat, we are temporarily done with skits. We're gonna progress back to the mainland. Oh, I was hoping for fishing stuff. Nope, just chipped stones.
Is there, anything we can do about the Prince's hawk? Griffin, I mean. Every day, it goes out on these hunts or whatever, and brings back the weirdest stuff. It's making a real mess out of the deck.
Hawk's hunt. What's the big deal?
Well, yeah. At first it was bringing back good stuff like seaweed and fish, things we could cook with. Sure, I was glad for a while. But then it started to escalate. Now we're talking 150 kilo ambercants and 350 kilo killer swordfish that it's catching.
That's not a bad thing, is it? It just means more to eat.
It is when they're being dropped from the sky onto the deck. Especially those killer swordfish and razor-sharp bills. What if somebody gets run through by one?
Can't you just warn the prince that his bird needs to be more careful?
Yeah, we could, but he looks so happy watching his hawk. I'd hate to spoil it for him.
Yeah, the prince looks so happy whenever Griffin is flying free. He kept grinning and asking Grocky all nice-like if he wanted to fly some more.
Grocky?
That's what Kamawana kept calling Griffin. She says she came up with it by combining Griffin and Hawk.
This is probably the first time in the prince's life that he's tasted any freedom. His whole life, he's only done what duty dictated of him. Letting Griffin fly was his first free act. To the prince, Grocky's an extension of who he is.
So what are we going to do?
Nothing, really. It's not like it really hurt anybody.
But it's punctured some major holes on the deck.
I'm sure even the prince knows when to rein it in. Let him have a little fun. He deserves it.
I don't know about all that. I'd say the prince is letting his newfound freedom get the better of him. Hey, I was just up on deck and it looks like Griffin's caught an elephant tuna this time.
An elephant tuna? That's the really big tuna that can swallow a killer whale whole, right?
That almost sounds like a demon to me.
Yep, huge fish, gills like elephant ears. I saw it myself. From the looks of it, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a demon. It's crazy valuable. On a good day, it can fetch 20 million gold on the market. But there's something ominous about seeing it hovering in the air above the ship.
20 million gold? I take back everything I said. The prince and Griffin can do whatever they want.
Did she say above the ship?
Oh, hell. Benwick, we need to stop Prince Percival.
Aye, aye, sir. Hey! Don't drop that on the deck! Are you listening to me?
Rest in peace, ship. Also, I like the bird's excited animation. We don't see it too often. So now, we could set sail. We have to go to Midgand. We have to go to Gand, chat. Well, we can't go to Yassault because we kind of ruined it. And we can't go back to the place we just came from. It wants us to go to, guess Zexen. But we're not going to go to Zexen first. We're going to check out Renede. There should be another skit here for us to do. Speaking of which... Oh, I don't see one here yet. We'll go a little further inside. It's possible I just forgot about doing these. I made notes, but they're kind of out of order, because I think we triggered them a bit early. Yeah, I think we did it right before we did Titania. Which is not a big deal. I just want to rule that out, that we haven't missed any skits regardless. So if I don't see anything here... Yeah, okay, so we already got that last time. That's good. One more thing out of the way. But we could speak to him in the meantime, because I want to see if there's any new hunts being listed. There are new hunts being listed. Also, spoilers, game, for telling us where we're going next. But apparently we're going to the Aldinate Plains, Land of Vitality, and Davil Forest, where we could fight the Dryad, which suspiciously just looks like Kamawana. Hero's Venti provides a 25% increase in the amount of healed by healing arts used on characters at 25% lower health. So chat, this is an absolutely useless gift on Chaos mode. If you're playing easy or normal, and you actually use healing arts, like, okay, but there's break souls in this game, so there's no reason to use healing arts. So anyway, we can get a new thing if we go to the Aldina Plains, which is apparently grants +1 max souls to characters wearing equipment enhanced a total of 20 or more times. So if you factor in before, our max gear would have been +3. This would not have been attainable with our slots. But now that we could get +6, we could get this in as few as 4 pieces of equipment. which is phenomenal. Because I would like to have an extra max soul. That makes combos a lot better. Excellent news, chat. So now we have something to look forward to. Speaking of which, since we're here, we might as well slightly upgrade what we're using now, because we'll be using it for a little bit. Okay. So I can't upgrade this one. Oh, I'm actually very low on resources. That's a shame. I like that I have more gold than I do, like, anything else from our previous playthrough. I mean, I'll take it. Nice, and we got the extra health back from using Break Soul, which is exactly what I want to have happen. And that gives her a very high amount of focus, which is excellent. So I'm going to look forward to that later. Guess I'll do that for now. Yeah, it actually seems like I don't have enough resources to do what I want. That's a shame. So I'm gonna have to play a lot more, I think, and or uncraft some things, because I would have preferred to get a +6 at this point, but I actually don't have any of the required materials for that. How rare. How rare, chat. Yeah, I mean, I could level the Kuragane daggers, but that would be wasting everybody's time. And oh. Wow, there's stuff that hasn't even been leveled at all. Well, let's at least give it a +1. That's a shame. Ooh. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get more material, chat. Because I don't plan on doing many fights for the rest of the game. So we might not be able to take full advantage of it in this playthrough. Hey Kirk, how's it going? We are just cleaning up side events at the moment. So I want to briefly come here just to make sure nothing else is visible. If I go to the world map here... Yeah, there's nothing else for us to do there. If I check in here, nothing else is ready here. Correct. Yeah, so I think we got most of these out of the way, which is good for us, because I don't really want to go back here unless I really need to. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. I think I do have to set sail to Zexen for some skits to pop. So I might be looking just a little too early, chat. That's fine, because I don't even think there's a skit in here yet, which there should be. Yeah. Okay, let's set sail formally to the plot area just to unlock more skits. Those daggers are so useless, chat, like, honestly. Like, only if you're doing, like, a new game plus with all gold scraps unlocked will you might have some use for it, and that's about it. Alright, let's formally go to Zexen, because we need some things to trigger.
The boss has given me a message for you. Says there's some sort of nasty demon running around in the Aldina Plains, to the east of Logris. She thought it might be the one you're looking for.
Wasn't the Eastern Highway closed off from Logris?
That was only temporary. It's back open now. If you follow the road, you'll reach Stonebury Village. There you'll find one of ours who actually saw the demon. You want to know more? That'd be a good place to start.
Got it.
Hey, that's the same direction I sensed the...
Give Tabitha our thanks.
It's looking more and more like we're on the right track. We ought to go check out that Bloodwing story.
Then let's start by going to Stonebury.
Hey, Eisen, did I say something wrong back there?
No. I just didn't think we needed to give the Bloodwings any information for free.
Huh?
He means the Earth Pulse points, kid. We're the only ones who know about them.
But aren't we on the same side as the Bloodwings?
We're not enemies with them. but I wouldn't go so far as to call them our friends either.
That's just how it goes in the underworld. Things can change at the drop of a hat. A poison hat.
But how are they supposed to trust us if we don't show them trust in kind?
That messenger knew our faces, even though we'd never met. He was here waiting for us, even though we hadn't told anyone where we were going.
You're right.
We hardly know the first thing about them, and yet they seem to know every move we make.
They could easily sell us out if it struck their fancy.
They'll work with us as long as we're a useful ally in their resistance against the Abbey. But the more tricks we can keep up our sleeve, the better.
We've got each other's back, but only as long as we hold a knife up our sleeve. That's what counts as trust in the underworld.
That sounds terrible. But at least you can trust that Tabitha's cooking will be tasty.
Can't argue that.
Tastes like poison, chat. Tabitha's cooking. Hey, chat, another skit.
This is everyone's first time to Stonebury, right?
Why was it blocked off? Demons?
No, there was a great tornado on the Aldina Plains that swallowed up a whole merchant caravan. Hundreds gone in an instant.
The cooling of the climate is causing bouts of odd weather. Thunderstorms, heavy downpours, and the like.
Correct. The Abbey is keeping a tight guard on traffic through the affected areas.
If it's open now, that must mean the tornado is gone.
I wonder what sort of place it is.
It's quite lovely. In the vast forest to the east, you can find gemstones, and it's teeming with rare plants and insects. The locals trade only as much meat and hides as they need, and they live peaceful, quiet lives.
You sure know a lot about this place.
It's where the Norman he first fell in love with grew up.
Yeah! Please don't embarrass me. Though we are apart from each other now, our hearts are still as one.
Immediately after you and I made our pact and set off, she fell in love with some macho Norman and moved away.
What? Why haven't I heard about this? How long have you known?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I found out during my long search for you. Or maybe it was right after we left. I remember leaving something in the village and going back to... Oh well, not like it matters.
It does matter!
There's no sense in crying over a fickle girl. Come, Stonebury awaits.
Chat is very much amused by the suffering of Bien Phu. I just see laughter in the chat. So we have some new conversations here and there. We'll talk to the different NPCs. I want to make sure we talk to these people in particular, just so we could get a better idea of some of their personalities. The dock trader says, "You're doing quite a job out there. Keep it up and they'll have to invent new wanted ranks for you." Velvet asks if the docking fees will go up. Aye, but I'll throw in a year's supply of deck wax as part of the deal, since you're a valuable client. Sure, chat. Townsperson says, but have you noticed that something strange happens every time she docks here? Could be just my imagination, I suppose. Oh, of course it's your imagination.
Alright.
Well, we got some mystery meat as the backup, but we managed to get it in one try, so we're good. Let's go back to farming the high-level ingredients. I'm just thinking about what else we might need to do. So since I'm low on materials, I think I need to start visiting shops a little more. So let's double check if we can get more supplies from this shop. What do you have to say, little boy? Group leader says, "Let's play Exorcist. I'm Lord Artorias." "I call Shigure." "Then I am Lord Oscar." Then I'll be Lord Melchior, I guess." "Hold it. We can't all be exorcists. We need someone to fight against." Chat will volunteer Bien Phu as the monster to be slain by the children. I have a feeling. Oh, speaking of which, hey new gear. Hey, we haven't even found this item at all yet. So hey, new skill, chat. Bonus against beasts. Why not? Some of these are kind of interesting. Let's just go ahead and purchase everything here. Beautiful purchases, chat. That'll help us in the long haul. Looks like there's a skit nearby. Peddler says, "Flowers sell really well these days, especially princessias because, well, they're placed on graves, I know. Lots of people are losing their loved ones." Right. I only hope that some nice flowers can help soothe the spirits of the lost as well as the bereaved. Hello there, man who does not seem very pleased.
The Eastern Plain is finally open for travel. I hear that the people of Stoneberry are alive and well. My husband and I can breathe a sigh of relief.
I wasn't worried about him at all.
He talks tough, but he was really worried. Oh, sorry you don't know who we're talking about. It's his apprentice.
What kind of apprentice?
My husband's an architect. Even the royal family and the Abbey commission his work. He's been at the docks here on a job. He just finished and we're about to return to Logris.
These people don't care about all that.
Why did your apprentice go to Stoneberry?
He's young and talented, but a bit eccentric. He said he wanted to help create a new town, so he set off to the frontier.
A craftsman has to focus on his work. Creating a new town. Ha! He should know his place.
But my husband didn't disown him. That boy's fearlessness reminds me of my husband when he was young.
So you understand how he feels then?
I didn't say that. If he thinks he has the talent, he's free to do as he likes. But if he doesn't follow through with it to the end, I'll be done with him.
Did you hear that? He thinks the boy can do it. If you ever find yourself in Stoneberry, go visit that boy's workshop.
Right, I'll do that.
Sorry about my husband. He can be a real grump.
Don't worry about it. I'm pretty used to people like that.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Poor Velvet. Stubborn Professional continues and says, if you want to try something, just go out there and do it. If you don't try, you'll never taste failure, but you'll never taste success either. One could say you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Says the professional's wife. Why don't you try saying that to your apprentice? Well, we'll be visiting the apprentice soon. We'll keep in mind that somebody's trying to build a new town out there. That location might seem a little familiar as we get closer to that area. It goes under a different name, though, in a related game.
I'm so happy things have been peaceful around the capital. I can come to the harbor to shop without fear. I heard that those demons that made a mess of the palace have been wrecking towns all over, though. But Shepherd Artorius and the fine folks at the Abbey are on the job. I bet those demons are quaking in their britches.
Let's hope that's the case.
Of course it is. Lord Artorius is incredible. The demons have been mostly cleared from the area around the capital.
Your love for the Abbey and the Shepherd are great and all, but I'd keep it down. If you keep poking around the bushes, you might catch yourself a snake.
A snake?
There's a rage-crazed girl out there who hates the Abbey. She's a real viper, that one.
She sounds awful.
That's what I hear.
Who are you calling a viper?
Poor Velvet. See, chat was picking up on somebody was offering to be Lord Artorius. Well, I have a feeling by the end of the game, none of them will probably want to be any of the characters they just mentioned for different reasons. But, let's see what Informed Man has to say. Serpents and liars who rebel against the Abbey will be washed away by the Shepherd's presence. Don't know how true that will be. Oh no, chat. Do you remember this from the... Oh, I don't think I showed this off on stream yet. Not on this playthrough. Chat, I am so bad at this minigame. I understand how to play it, but I am so bad at it. But we'll showcase it since we're here. So, we have a new minigame that doesn't involve waiting tables. Let's view the rules of Mug Match. The Mug Match is a slot machine-like game where you match the expressions of the 4 Mugmen members. The faces 3 of the 4 will change constantly. Press A when their faces match the face on the far left. If you match all of the 3 faces within 5 tries, you will be awarded coins based off the difficulty. The differences in their expressions are made to be easy to find. There is no time limit, so take your time and watch carefully for the most easily recognizable differences. Chat, I'm so bad at this. It can play the happy music all at once. Okay, chat. Well, I could definitely do Novice. I don't think I ever passed Advanced on stream. Alright, so we have no time limit. But the problem is the expressions do go by fairly quick. So even if I remember the order, I could still mispress and not get it, which really sucks. Because you have to kind of memorize the patterns. Alright, so we got 5 tries. So they're gonna cycle through different phases, so I have to kind of pay attention to which one the neutral one is. Yeah. I'm looking for a tell. Because for me, like, I'm barely registering which one is before the one I have to press. Yeah, I like, this expression kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can barely see it in there. I see it for like an instant, and then I'm like, shoot, what was right before it? Oh, I did actually time it there. See, that's the thing too. I have to time it basically so that I press it there. So I have to like view it again. Oh, I missed it. That's a shame. Too early. Can I get a different face? Hold on. I want a different face. Wow, I actually almost matched it there. Can you not give me that face? Thank you. Oh, I remember that one was eyes closed, but it was mouth open. See, that one's easier for me to match. Like, some of the expressions are like really, really, really hard to see. It says it's easy, and I'm like, honestly, if there isn't like a really big change between them, like he like slightly scowls to neutral, it's not big enough of a change for me to pick up on, so I have to watch it longer. So what I did is I just reset it to a face that had like very different expressions before it. So I saw like the ecstatic, neutral, and then frown. And because that was such a big shift, it let me see it a lot easier. I don't want to, like, that. I will try to rig it on the left side so I could see it. So we completed that. I don't remember if we get anything for clearing it. No. We beat it, but that was about it. I don't actually know if you get items for this or if you just try to attempt it. So we're gonna try to see what the cycle is like and force it to pick a face that I could at least recognize. Oh, that's like another really neutral one. I don't know if I want that one. No, see that? See, like, like chat, like how unfair is that? Like, look how close that one is to that one. Like, visually, I'm having trouble when it's cycling that quick to see which one it is. Like, that time I could see it, but it doesn't really matter. You see what I mean, chat? Like, they're so close. Neutral is the worst face to get, chat. It really is. Like, look at that garbage. Like, honestly, there's barely a difference between those expressions. That's just so unfair. And they're really close to each other, too. Yeah, like, if you're understanding, I was within one face, I think, from each other. So they were one face away from each other. So they look really similar. So when his eyebrows went more to neutral, I hit it, but I hit it too early. It's so dumb. Chat, we're just gonna reset the face. And any other face. Give me a dumb... Stop giving me neutral faces. Those are so hard to see. Yeah. Oh, I actually matched one of them. Oh, I almost got it there. That would have been funny. Yeah, we're just gonna recycle. Can you not give me a neutral face? That's a little better. Maybe I could work with this. Oh, I just pressed it too early. So what's the one before he makes that face? That's what I'm having trouble identifying. No, I like that face, though. Hold on, I'll just reset it. I need something more. Maybe that'll do. Ooh, he has a lot of ones where his mouth is kind of the same. I don't like this one either. Oh, that was too slow. That's a shame. I smacked him on the same face, though. But do you see what I mean, chat? Like, some of them look really similar. So when I'm looking at the mouth, I'm matching the mouth, but then I miss the eyes. So I have to look at two very distinct things as it cycles. Whatever, chat. Oh, that was too early. That's a shame. I almost had it on that one. I felt like that face on the right, though. No, don't give me that one. Right, chat? No. Give me something else. We need one with, like, a more obvious expression. Try again. Well, at least I'm hitting his face over and over. Oh, come on. Like, why can't I get the mad shouty face? Like, I can pick that one out of the lineup easily. Like, what is this? Yeah, no, we're not doing this face either, chat. We're gonna try a couple times. We literally got the same face. Come on, try again. No, different face. That's almost literally neutral. You're killing me. Chat, do you see this? Like, I cannot see that left face compared to the 3 other neutrals. Give me a bigger face. Maybe. How many mouth parteds does he have? Just one? Yeah, he just has one that looks like it. Oh, I did it too slow. See, that's a shame. I actually saw it that time. I just did it too slow. Yeah. Too slow. Oh, he has 2 ones where he's kind of smiling. That's kind of deceptive. Oh, that was too early. Man, chat, this game sucks. I do not like this minigame. I'll try, you know what? Let's humor ourselves on advanced. Because again, I don't think I could pass this minigame. They're too ridiculous. Yeah. Like, look how many faces there are. No way, chat. I mean, I got one of them on purpose, but no way. We'll try one more time. Oh, that is a pretty big face. Oh, that was too early. That sucks. I feel like that second face though, and then I feel like that third face in that order. I feel like those are my expressions as I go through the game from like the second one onwards. Oh, chat. I'm gonna give up on this one, chat. This game is not for me. I visually cannot comprehend that much information that quickly. Like, it just doesn't work for me. I'm sure I could memorize the pattern at some point, but visually speaking, when there's like 16 faces and like 4 of them look the same, I get very visually confused. So I think I'm gonna give up on that minigame. Yeah, that minigame sucks. Like, I'm bad at that minigame, and that minigame sucks. Both things could be true, chat. It's like, I'm just like, I could get the novice one without too many issues. Okay, nothing reset here. We'll go to Cadnix just to make sure no skits have popped up. Oh, there is another skit we could do at the end now. Speaking of which, I wanted to come back here anyway for the merchant. Because we should be able to buy more items. As you saw before, we were low on material. So I'll try to junk items between streams. Hey, we got a new armor, and fantastic, chat. It gives us 5% damage reduction, which is acceptable. As we'll be we'll be getting hit by a lot of physical attacks as we get further into the game. Let's go ahead and purchase all of these items, which does not really make a big dent in our money total, fortunately. And let's go see what the inn has in store, chat. Oh, maybe this was the skit I was thinking of earlier. Because I was expecting a skit with the bunny. Maybe I thought it was a little earlier in the game. I just want to make sure I didn't cancel that. Good, okay. Yeah, okay. I think this was the skit I was mentioning before, chat. So I don't think we missed a skit yet, then.
Next weekend is Bunny Bonanza Saturday.
Bunny Bonanza Saturday? What's that?
I've heard of this. You eat a hearty, healthy meal of rabbit meat to help you get nice and strong.
You eat rabbits?
No, silly. The night of the 3rd Saturday of every month, lonely people go to sleep hugging a rabbit.
Huh.
If you go to sleep with a fuzzy friend in your arms, you're sure to have good dreams.
No, I'm sure I heard that you eat them too.
You must be thinking of Rat Pig Roundup Saturday.
There's a Saturday for rat pigs too?
Yup. On the night of the 3rd Saturday of every month, people who aren't lonely eat rat pigs to get nice and strong.
Makes sense. Rat pigs are great sources of nutrition. An amazing choice for anyone, lonely or not.
The secret to a happy family is Rat Pig Roundup Saturday. That's what I always say.
I feel bad for the rat pigs.
Poor rat pigs, chat. Wait, woman says, rat pigs are as adorable as they are delicious. Humans must be capricious creatures to consume so casually. That's a lot of C words in a row. An animal they find so cute. Well, we have attained that. I believe that's one of the things out of the way. I'm just looking very briefly at my checklist, chat. Because again, there are a lot of skits that are very easy to miss. So we're going to briefly go back to Renede. Not because there's a skit, but I want to make sure we purchase his gear. Probably should have done that the first time I teleported here. It is what it is, chat. Oh, we did already. Oops. Well, I'll get another life bottle then. And let us go to Logres, chat, because I believe there are more skits the chat might be interested in. Oh, some of the dialogue is reset. We should talk to these people. Scar Soldier explains, there's a pioneer settlement called Stonebury on the far side of the Aldina Plains. Small tribes of people that worship dragons used to live there until recently. They all vanished after the opening. I imagine demons were responsible. Peddler says, I heard the prince absconded, but I don't buy it. Townsperson says, some people think that he was captured, and by demons too. That can't be! Just the idea of the prince being captured is scandalous enough. But by demons, what sort of ransom would they want? Well, the prince is an individual, even if he is a prince. It sounds cruel, but for the sake of the many. Well, I guess they're not. I guess they're saying, oh well to the prince, chat. Oh, we have more dialogue from him. Gossipy townsperson says, you heard about the village in Southgan that the demons wiped out, right? They say the traitor exorcist was there along with them. What? An exorcist killed people? They say she killed an Empyrean-fearing family. Impaled a mother right in front of her young daughter. Please, don't say any more. Even hearing it is too dreadful. Whoops, sorry, I went a little overboard there. Eleanor thinks to herself, you knew what you were doing. True, we do have the traitor amongst us, chat. Well, it seems the bunnies are safe, but the rat pigs are still endangered, according to the previous skit. We have more dialogue from the Prince Admirer. Saying, Prince Percival hasn't been out in ages. Do you think he's fallen ill? Oh, I'm so worried. If he were sick, I'd never leave his side until I'd nursed him back to health. Well, he's doing okay. I mean, we did kind of fight the mother. That's like half true, chat. Impaled, strong word. Not how she died. Hey, chat, we have another skit. Let's stay here, chat.
Velvet, let me in this instant! You can't come in. And if you do, I'll eat you. It's not just your room, you know. You took an oath to obey my every command if you lost our fight. And I'm commanding you to wait just a little longer.
What are you doing out here in the hall?
I left to go out on a little errand, but when I came back, Velvet shut me out of our room. I've been standing here for over half an hour, but she seems no closer to letting me in. I don't know what to do.
Any idea what she's doing inside there?
No, I don't have a clue. All I can tell you is that sometimes I can hear something like deep breathing and soft moaning.
Well, she must be doing something in there she doesn't even want a fellow woman to see.
Something she doesn't want seen. Do you think maybe she's weighing herself?
Even if you allow for getting undressed and then dressed again, there's no chance it takes half an hour to weigh yourself.
Could she be putting on makeup? I've been yelled at for barging in on that before, although not by Velvet.
That's just because you're a guy. I hardly think Velvet would have a problem with me saying that.
This is no time to just stand there lollygagging, kiddo. Velvet is obviously in great danger this very minute. Her life is hanging in the balance.
She's right. You know Velvet, never letting her weaknesses show. She probably kicked Madame Eleanor out because she didn't want anyone to see her in such bad pain.
It would explain the heavy breathing and moaning, too.
Now that you mention it, right before I left, she had a stiff expression and she did not look well.
Well, kiddo, are you going to abandon her in her time of need? The moment to test your mettle has come at last!
Test my mettle.
Will you go in there or won't you? The fated decisive hour has finally arrived!
Velvet!
What is it, Fee?
So I...
Seriously? A little cleaning isn't gonna kill me.
But you were looking pale, and we could hear you breathing strangely and making weird sounds.
I don't think I was breathing strangely.
Then what was that noise? It sounded like...
When you're cleaning glass, you breathe on it first, don't you?
Then what about the moaning?
The inn has this room cleaned regularly, but they missed a lot of the details. When I looked at the cups, I saw they still had tea stains from whoever drank out of it last. That's enough to make anybody moan in disappointment.
Oh, I see. But if you told me you were cleaning the room, I would have offered to help you know.
Everyone has their own unique way of cleaning things, so in the end it's just faster to do it myself. My sister had her own ways, and I'm sure you do too, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, I'm finished so you can come back in again. Whew, what a relief to have that all done.
There you go, chat. Velvet just wanted to clean. Classic misunderstanding, chat. But that is not the skit I was referring to. Instead, chat, we have a pair of skits potentially from a church, and I think you know what that means. Amson Peddler, in the meantime, says, sea routes have made it easier for people to travel, but they've also given new wings to gossip. Don't just swallow any old tale you hear. It's important to make sure you verify it first. Oh, you're absolutely right, says the honest girl. I'll be more careful. Ooh, aloof girl. Didn't I just tell you to slow down and think? Chat. Very bizarre misunderstanding. You're not wrong. But chat, we're gonna go check for a certain skit from a certain person in a certain church. Let's see what this person has to say to us. Oh, I could see it, chat. We're gonna walk up to the person, aka the best part of the game when it comes to the skits. We're gonna build suspense, chat. What do you have to say, priest? Are you gonna tell me what time it is?
Come, sinner, and repent your wicked deeds.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you, with those eyes that would belong on the Reaper's face.
Oh?
I'm sorry for bothering you, sir. If you don't have anything you need to confess, that's fine.
No, actually, there is one thing I'd like to get off my chest.
Of course. Go right on ahead.
This all happened a long time ago. But this Turtles brought over a painting by the master artist Beryl Benito. It was a gorgeous work of art. Too beautiful for words. The price was a little steep, but I couldn't help myself. Only later, I found out it was a total fake.
So, you want to repent for letting yourself be guided by worldly desires?
No, buying it was my decision. I don't have any regrets. Even if the painting itself was fake, my heartfelt admiration for its beauty was real.
What are you going on about?
Did you say something?
No. Then for what do you wish to repent?
The truth is, when I saw that painting, I didn't have enough money on me. So I swiped 100 gold from my little sister's hidden savings. That's the one part I wish I'd done differently.
I see. Fear not, my son. No matter what the Empyreans may decide, I know your sister would forgive you.
I hope so.
That was a fairly normal confession, but we have another confession, chat.
Come, sinner, and repent your wicked deeds.
Do you mean me?
Yes, or at least I would. But perhaps you're too young to have done anything to repent.
No, there is something. I've kept it a secret so far, but I'll confess it now.
And I shall listen, my son.
Not too long ago, I found a slug in the forest. And I read in a book that if you sprinkle salt on a slug, it'll shrink. I wanted to try it out for myself. So
you sprinkled salt on the slug. It's true, that was not a good act. But if the experience taught you to respect life and its fragility, then the slug's sacrifice was not in vain, and...
No, that's not what happened. I messed up and I put sugar on the slug, not salt. And then the sugar attracted a whole bunch of ants to the slug. And it was awful. I'm so sorry, Slug. You didn't deserve that.
It's okay. I forgive you. It was all a terrible accident.
There's one more thing. I wanted to see what would happen if I poured sugar water down an anthill. And I'm sorry to you too, ants.
Kids can sure be weirdly cruel sometimes.
He says I must be forgiving. I remember doing the same thing. There we go, chat. Laffy said has taken out the slugs and the ants. Let's go collect a few cat souls. And more importantly, we have some items to sell. As I keep noticing we're capping out, we might as well take advantage of some of that money. Laffy says dark side. Very true, chat. Let's open up this chest, though. Maybe we could get something nice out of it. Odorless fluid is actually an amazing item to get from that kind of chest. I think that is possibly the best thing we could have gotten, as that will help us with our crafting materials. Like, that's one of the harder ones to get on Chaos, unless we lower the difficulty. So, what a great find, actually, chat. After getting, like, nothing but terrible items, we actually got one that's useful. Let's go ahead and sell some items first, though. So we're just gonna take a look at our inventory on anything that's basically yellow. Yeah, like, see all these coins? We don't really need these. Actually, we could just afford to get rid of all the coins. They don't really do anything for us. Speaking of which, we could very safely just sell all of these items. So we're almost at 2 million just by selling that junk out of our inventory. So that feels kind of good to do. I'll sell some of our other fluids because these are pretty easy to get and we could use a little more cash. I won't sell the fragments though because we'll always find use for that at some point. Chad, I'm half wondering if I should just mass buy something just so that I can get the shop rank up. I might do that actually. We have more than enough cash, so why don't I sell all the arcane bottles I have and just purchase them all again? Yeah, that'll probably do it. Yes! That is absolutely worth it, chat. So, for people not familiar with the game, you're like, well, the boots aren't named. They can't possibly be all that good. Oh, no, chat. See, we got something that's a max rank item. And chat, look at the difference in focus that this pair of boots gives compared to this one. Also, its master skill is 9% chance of halving all skill costs. What a godlike item, chat. Godlike. We'll be putting this on whoever we happen to be fighting with. This pretty much allows us to basically stun lock any boss and or poison them successfully, just due to that raw amount of focus. Like, that 385 is more than some people's entire focus as of this level, which is phenomenal. So if we're having any trouble with bosses, chat, we're going to break out the secret weapon, which is a pair of boots. Now, I'm not super concerned about money, because we don't have enough for crafting. And because we don't have enough for crafting, we're not really going to lose any more money. But I'm glad that we got that out of the way at least, because that's important. So at this point, chat, I think we have seen every single possible skit. I'll check the next area just to see if there's some NPC dialogue. I don't know if I'll always stop to check every single possible NPC, but I feel like in particular Logres and Port Zexen, getting an understanding of what those people are like makes a certain event later in the game a lot more impactful. So we'll talk to this person since we haven't spoken to him yet, apparently. Irritable Aristocrat says, so it turns out Prince Percival didn't actually abscond after all. He was captured by demons. Huh, this is rich. Just watch the Abbey slip up again. If anything happens to the prince, Artorias will take a nice tumble, won't he? We can see more dissatisfied factions, chat. Speaking of which. No, we already talked to that guy, and he has nothing new to say. So it seems like they're peddling different stories as to what happened to the prince. Nothing new for these people to say either. But hey, we did get some more dialogue. Actually, speaking of which, we should also check on Tabitha to see if she has anything else to say to us. And since we have time, chat, you know what? We'll try the minigame one more time for the waiting minigame. I think every time we come to this town, we want to just kind of hit it a little bit at a time, chat. For pacing reasons. Yeah, so there's nothing new there. We can't actually talk to anybody in here. That's kind of weird. Oh, no, the mug match guy's in here, too. You're the worst mug match, man. Do a quick save while we're here. I guess we'll try Eleanor. I don't think I have her outfit. I just want to verify. That is not the correct menu. Yeah, I think I actually haven't unlocked it for her yet. We've unlocked more of the Norman suits we apparently did not pick up before. But nothing else. Oh, chat, oh, we can make her Bienfu. What a terrible fate, chat. So yeah, let's actually try to unlock a new outfit. This will be a little hard, I think. This is where the game is going to start showing its difficulty with the waiting game. Meat pie. Oh yeah, see, we're getting 2 pages of menus. Salmon and something. Mild curry. I don't even know where that was. Shoot. Banana pie. That's a lot to take in, potentially. Chicken, mild curry. Do mild curry. Where was chicken at? It's on the other menu. There we go. We'll talk to her. Mild curry, seafood salad. Shoot, I should have done them in the different order. But I didn't get punished for it, so we're fine. Mild curry time, chat. Okay, we got one of them done without botching it. And food's what Eleanor deserves. I feel like this time around, she surprisingly hasn't exploded. I think she's only died twice so far to bosses, so she's doing like 10,000% better. I feel like when we did the original playthrough, chat, she died like every boss battle. I'm pretty sure that is not an exaggeration. Like every single boss battle she was in, she died. I'm pretty sure. It was pretty ridiculous. It's kind of like once you die once, you just fall behind in levels, and then it just makes it easier and easier and easier to keep dying. I remember her dying to so many things, chat. It was just kind of ridiculous. I think only maybe when we got to like the post game / the cameo bosses did she not die, surprisingly. Anyway, let's try to do this as quickly as possible. Mild curry, mabo curry. Alright, we can afford to botch 3. Fruit cake, mabo curry. Risotto, consomme. Shoot, where's risotto? There it is. Mild curry again. Oh, we're doing pretty good. Mabo, borscht. Oh, I did it in the wrong order. Shoot. I forget how to delete the items. Like, I saw it in the upper left, but I panicked there, chat. I think that's the problem. If I hand them in the wrong order, I mess up. But we still won, though. Oh, wait, there's another one? Oh, no, this is bad. I have, like, 1 gimme, which is not good. Risotto, mabo. I wish there was a button to rotate the dishes. I think that's what's throwing me off, is that I can't do that. Because then I'm like, I don't remember the order I picked them up. Salmon and there we go. But we got 1 gimme, so maybe we'll do okay. Savory egg. Savory egg, risotto. Borscht. Shoot. So borscht chicken. Oh, wait, she didn't want borscht? What? Well, I'm gonna give up. I don't know what the other people wanted. That sucks. I don't know what she wanted. I thought she wanted borscht. As soon as that happened, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I want to try that one more time, chat. Oh, she might have said risotto. Homemade bread. Nobody's even ordered that before. Oh, it's at the bottom of the menu. It's like, where is that even in the menu? Salmon pudding. That sounds gross. Chicken, mild curry. Homemade bread again. Risotto. There we go. Yeah, we can have them wait a little bit in between. I think as long as they don't go to the super angry, we're okay. So there's a bit more leniency. I just have to tell myself that. We're gonna go for it, chat. Mabo, homemade bread. Alright, so as long as I keep all the gimmies for the last round, I should be okay. Risotto, lasagna. Risotto, lasagna again. I almost gave them in the wrong order. Mabo, not too bad. Mabo, pudding. Shoot, I forgot what order I talked to them in. That was close. Risotto. That went okay. One more. Again, I might just botch the final three just to end it. So she wants borscht. Risotto, mild curry. Okay, we just gotta get it down to like 4 and then we're okay. And I don't think it matters. Tasty tea. What a weird item. Don't think they've ever ordered that before. Salmon. Savory egg. Let's get that out of the way. Gratin. Mild. Lasagna. Here we go, chat. We're breezing through it. I think we're good now. Homemade bread, mild. Do you want meat, pie, and salmon veg? Wait, where's meat pie? What? Oh, what? I don't even know where. I saw it at the last second. Whatever. I'll let it clear. I was like, chat, they just never ordered it before. So it's like, I don't even remember where that was in the menu. Because there were 3 pies in my defense. One of them was banana pie. And I'm like, I saw where banana pie was, but I just was not visually seeing meat pie. But we still won, though. So we acquired serving clothes for Eleanor. Neat waitress uniform. Eleanor will do the work of 3 for the pay of 1. So I believe we could keep going. I don't think I've ever unlocked Eisen's. Or Magilu's, presumably. So it's going to get a lot harder from there on out. So you can see where the game's starting to ramp up in difficulty. But I don't think I'm ready for Eisen, to be honest. I would have to practice that a lot. I don't even know if I could get that on stream, because I imagine I would fail quite a large number of times. So we gave her the servant uniform. Actually, speaking of which, I'm going to get rid of her collar. We'll just put anything else for the time being. Like how tiny the crown is on her head. Sideburns. Oh no, not the Afro Puff. Trying to see if any of them look like they kind of fit her personality. It's been a while since we went through these. Can't even see the earrings. That's kind of a waste. You know what? For Servant's bow tie, if you change the color of this, it doesn't seem to do anything? What did that even do? That's not red. Oh, you can't change the color of the bow tie. That sucks. Oh, jeez. The angel wings. No, what? I don't think we've used the angel wings before. We'll do that, chat. But I want to modify it a bit more. Placement way closer. That's as far in as it can get. Can I shrink it slightly? Can. It's one little mini wings. I don't want them like super big. Yeah, see the. I think the problem is if I make it too small, then it doesn't. Yeah, let me move them more to the sides or something. Now I'm just having fun, chat. Something like that, maybe. I don't want it to be like crazy obnoxious, but I figure it'd be different. Yeah, I would have definitely preferred the ribbon. Definitely, I would have liked to have colored it, but for some reason you can't color certain objects, and then when you color them, it colors it like the whole object by just applying a hue. It doesn't let you select the individual colors within the accessory, which is a bit disappointing. But I think for now we made progress. We did get a new outfit. I don't particularly want to wear it on her because I don't really think it fits her. I feel like the servant boy thing fits Laphicet a bit better, honestly. If we're gonna have just one person with that outfit, I'd rather it be Laphicet. But from here, chat, we're gonna go to the east. We're gonna go to a brand new area. So we were here before, and this area was sealed off, but this time we should be allowed to go through.
I think I've finally gotten used to it.
Used to what?
Your powers. I think I finally got a handle on them in a way that feels right.
That's good. Hopefully you won't faint anymore.
Yeah, and I'll keep learning too. I hope we can make this work out.
Yeah, definitely. Fingers crossed. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Hey! When you and Eleanor made your pact together, she gave you a true name, right? Was it a good one?
True name? What's that?
It's a special name in the ancient tongue given to a Moloch as a necessary step in forming a pact with a human. I gave Bienfu the name Fushi Cass. It means thing.
That's pretty messed up.
It's just my own little way of showing affection.
So what kind of name did you get, Laphicet? What's the matter? She didn't give you a really weird name like Magulu gave Bienfu, did she? If you're not happy with it, I can talk to Eleanor about it later. So go on and tell me...
I'm fine with it. And I can't tell you anyway.
Well, you don't have to get so worked up about it.
A true name is not something a Moloch just casually divulges to others. They carry a special meaning to us. Speaking it to anyone other than our Pact Keeper carries a special meaning. Between comrades, it means we trust them with our lives. In other cases, it's...
practically a confession of love!
You could have said something sooner, you know.
Laphicet's at a delicate age. You should be more careful in the future.
Oh, really? It's just another way of showing affection.
Oh, I got risky encountered. I was about to go into the menu. Joke's on me, chat. No menu time for me. Oh, he's already at max meter. He doesn't need more meter. How about you, Magulu? Do you need meter? No. Everybody must be full from the inn. Oh, speaking of which, we didn't go over some of the new moves that we unlocked. So let's double check Soaring Dragon. What an excellent move. I would much rather have this over Slag Assault. Like, look at this, chat. Like, Slag Assault costs, like, 9 more, and it stuns, which is not bad. But this one also stuns and causes art down, and it's the same elements. Like, that's the problem I think I have with Velvet's moves, is just sometimes you just get a move that's just better. Like, there's just no reason to use Slag Assault, honestly, unless I really, really need Snake. But I think we already have Anti-Snake with Water Snake's Wake. Some questionable choices, chat, but we'll take the art attack down. That could be fun. Let's send another move to our moveset. Speaking of moves in the moveset, let's take a look at Frigid Pillar. It's a 21 costing stun move that gives us water, which I think is our first water move that we're actually going to use other than maybe Rainbow Mist. It's not a bad combination of things. Plus it also gives us Fiend, which we don't have at all in our melee set, so we should probably also apply this to Luffy set somewhere. Oh, it has applied it here. I'm kind of okay with that. I don't really remember what was here before. It wasn't Beckoning Lore. Oh, it might have been No, I have Tri-Flare there. I really don't remember, chat. Mana Eruption's an okay move. Paper Rock is one of the worst moves in the game, though, chat. If you're curious, I will never use that move willingly. And Triple Gale, I'm not interested in either. I think I'm actually okay with this combo. Kind of like how it is. Although, I probably should get rid of Mana Eruption and replace it with something else. I could put Frigid Pillar there, just to have some more move variety. And then, because Aizen's been leveling like a monster, he unlocks something called Dragon Dive, which he's not quite mastered apparently in this playthrough. So let's showcase it. We have enough meter. I think I could do this. So I have to wait for somebody to get stunned. There we go. You're wide open. Into Dragon Dive. Die or be killed, chat. You're wide open, dive or be killed. Be ready to hear that in loops.
Aren't spears difficult weapons to master?
I've trained with them for many years.
Many years, huh?
Oh boy. I learned Fire Mine, a close-range spell that I have no interest in comboing with. It's, like, not bad from its cast speed perspective, but from a pure spellcaster role, this move's pretty useless. Like, I will eventually get things that can lead into a setup for that. It's kind of one of those things that is, like, a melee-only spell, because most enemies will just, A, either die because you use an advanced art and they didn't block, or B, they blocked it, but Fire Mine wouldn't stop you from getting hit, so it's kind of useless. I don't know. But hey, we got Combo Artist, apparently. It's one of those things, chat. Are there any low-level boots that we haven't mastered? I saw she didn't do one of them. Oh, she hasn't touched the Featherlight Steps yet. Yeah, let's make sure Magilou has some invincibility at the start. This allows her to basically cast a short, quick spell without getting interrupted, which would be preferable. Yeah, like, Fire Mine is just kind of like, Like, you could do some cheeky things with it in combos, but it's not really a fun spell. It's not like a game changer. So if you want to start incorporating spells into your combat, like the Water Mine and Fire Mine are your best examples. Because you can, like, launch the enemy and then plant it under the enemy to stun the enemy longer. As an example. But it's like, nah, I'd rather just get Crown Fire. I hope we get Crown Fire soon, chat.
Whoa!
A dragon.
That's gotta be the demon Tabitha wanted us to know about.
It's flying free, but could it still be a Therian?
I just felt an Earth Pulse point. It's that way, somewhere near the top of that mountain.
Let's check it out.
Okay, chat, we're coming up to actually really large open area that has multiple dungeons that are completely optional, one of which we can't do anything about at the moment. The other we could visit now, but I don't really feel like doing so. But our goal is to eventually go to the town, because in the town, you will not know this unless you've played before, but there's an ability to move faster, and I would love to move faster. I've been dying for it all game, chat. Dire be killed, chat. Into the Mystic Art. So now, if you have 2 souls, you have a really easy way to combo into your Mystic Art as Aizen, because normally you'd have to wait for him to fall. But now I could do the Dragon Dive, and then just immediately set up for a stun and just reloop him. It's so monstrous, chat. And if an enemy happens to die, when you do your blast, you get the free follow-up for massive damage. It's a very unfair combination of abilities. Speaking of which, there's another enemy over here. Let's go fight this enemy.
Be extremely wary.
Its weakness is fire. It also drops the Beelzebub earrings, which I think are actually pretty good drops, if I'm not mistaken. But because it has a weakness to dragon, that also means that if we were to summon Aizen for doing basically anything, he has anti-dragon on all of his... basically everything other than his Mystic Art. Like, we'll hit the dragon weakness, it's fine. That's so unfair, chat. The tag swap into this. Ooh, didn't get a stun damage out of it, but we did decent damage. Gotta tell him to eat it, chat. Oh, somebody else took the kill. That's a shame. I love that we have a Mystic Art again already, though. He's pretty good at building it. Speaking of which, I would just want to look at our combos again. Are we repeating anything? No. We're doing pretty good here. I should probably make this something other than 11th hour. I guess I could turn this into Verdict just to make some spell variety there. And as I said before, I don't really need Wind Lance, but I don't really have a good alternative spell for that area yet. I got slapped. We'll try to teleport in and get a combo started. Nope. Denied. With our 1 soul, we can't really get any good combos going, but we should have a decent chance of inflicting an ailment on him. Unfortunately, I don't think it's worth waiting for, so let's just swap into Velvet. Oh, I forgot which one was the slate. Oh, it was the other button. I was trying to show off the new move. I kind of forgot which one it was. Let's try this.
It was a close one.
So Soaring Dragon also puts you in the sky, which is very risky to do. Oh, we got Beelzebub earrings. Nice. Excellent. Now, chat, the reason why this item is good, 1, it buffs both of our attacks, which is excellent. But 2, it increases the chance of us causing burning. And a lot of Magilu's best spells cause burning, as we'll see later in the game. So this is fantastic that we got this. So that would have made the later part of the game much harder than it had to be. So I'm glad we got that item in 1 try, literally.
Are we ready for this?
Yeah, let's hold still and get a little meter. Let's get some spells out of there, chat. Not a single one was launched or fatigued. That sucks. Oh, he got knocked in the air. I should be able to do something with that. There we go. Some classic Aizen combos, chat. Hopefully this kills the bee. It did not kill the bee. We missed it by, like, almost no damage. What a shame. Oh, they actually interrupted my follow-up. That sucked. Man, those things blocked without looking at me. That's kind of cheap. We tried, chat. We tried.
I thought we were done for.
We apparently learned a new ability though, so that's kind of nice. Guess we'll switch him over to Misfortune Ward. He already has a phenomenal focus at the moment, so actually just giving him more damage is probably for the best. And again, the more physical attack power he has, the more Hurricane Thrust does. And given that that's the only real spell that I use, it would probably be good if we leveled that. You know what, we're so close to summoning a bonus boss, I might as well as chat. Like, we already are at the 1.4 times multiplier. Okay, we're gonna reset the combo. Show off Soaring Dragon one more time. Stun that enemy for all eternity. Not bad. Get a combo reset in there, just for good measure. Wow, this enemy is getting stunned for years, chat. Oh, I don't think the enemy could get out of that. That was kind of monstrous.
Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try. Perfect mayhem.
Nice, easy kill. Enemy stunned. So we can get basically 3/4 of a blast gauge every time we do the you're wide open into die or be killed. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, we're at 3 blast gauge again, chat. Like, that just shows how ludicrous this is. And just think, chat.
This is the Rangetsu style.
Oop, I think this is new.
Rangetsu style.
No.
So then here to here is the Rangetsu style?
Just what do you think my style is?
Poor Rokuro being teased. But what I was saying is that, basically within like 4 soul usages, we basically have 2 blast gauge or more. Considering we get about a blast gauge every time we start, and the more arts we learn, the more blast gauge we get between combat. He basically just has a constant free blast gauge every combat now, especially if I tag into him. It's kind of not fair at all, chat. Like, in any sense. It's just very broken. I love it.
I'll finish this. No escape.
Look at that meter gain, chat. And here's the 3rd Mystic Art bar again, which we can just combo into. Fantastic, chat. Speaking of which, I would normally combo into the ally arts just to get the Mystic Art count up, but in case the bonus boss spawns, I want to make sure they have some meter. I'm not super concerned about Aizen getting meter. Ooh, I couldn't do anything with that.
This fight is over.
This fight is indeed over. So again, we're just gonna pick some fights with some of these enemies. There we go, got the stun out of it, not bad. Oh, I actually got Swallow Dance to go off as intended. And I like that its tag swap knocks down, so I could set up into this, which sets up into this. Oh, somebody else got the stun. That sucks. Sucks for them, though. Still got the weakness hit, so this should do a decent amount of damage to multiple people.
No escape. Eat it. You're wide open. Burn. No escape.
I'm gonna hold still. Wow, that stunned him forever. What? Oh, every enemy keeps getting stunned before I can reach them. What a shame. Oh, we got the bonus boss that I was looking for. Hello, Sacred Baboon. You give us a silver scrap, which isn't too bad. Yeah, your stats are very low. I'm not really concerned about some enemy that has like 544 defense. Unless it's scaled higher than it shows. Oh, it's scaled higher. I was gonna say. I was like, I'm not scared of level 31 at this point in the game. That's a bit better. Oh, I got stunned. That's unfortunate. Oh, they knocked it down. Oh, I was about to do the Mystic Art, but it comboed out of it. It's so close to dying, though. Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't want to swap into Aizen. I did not want to swap into Aizen. He had no meter. That was scary. Ooh. We're gonna hold off for a little bit. We've almost won. I just really prefer not to play Magilu in this scenario. Case in point. Did he really die right before the boss died? Oh my gosh, chat. We got trolled by Rokuro. We would have gotten so much grade from that had he not died. I was trying desperately to swap into him because I realized he wasn't going to tag swap. We got trolled, chat. We got trolled. Darn, that would have been like 100 grade, by the way. Let's all collectively roll our eyes, chat. I mean, he lost experience and he didn't get 34 grade, which really sucks. But at least we got a new skill, I guess. Oh, Rokuro. You had one job, and that was to counter. You died with like 5 souls. There's no reason for that. There's no reason to die with like max souls ever in this game. It just makes no sense. Just means you're not trying hard enough. Oh, we got Crimson Veil. Oh, we did manage to get a Crimson Veil. Thank you, because this was one of the items that's easy to miss from the other enemies. So this is perfect. Oh, Rokuro. Yeah, a lot of people probably would have mastered their gear had he not died, which is a shame. Well, speaking of which, we need to change her ring to, like, literally anything else. That should be better. I'm gonna make sure their rings are not there. Oh, that's right, we got Jet Black Waistcoat, so I can have him learn a new ability while we're here. So close, chat, so close. Actually, I menued so quick I wasn't sure if I canceled that or not, but we didn't cancel it, we're good. So we're gonna take a little detour to go up the top of the mountain. Because we need that to advance the plot a little bit. We can see there's a code red in the distance, which we'll go to eventually. Those grayed out indicators are how we're eventually going to reach the next town. I did not want to get in the fight. Will be eventually how we get to the next town, but at the moment we can't do anything about it. Hurricane, hurricane, chat. I like how it punishes you for like using the same move to try to make you use it less, but Hurricane Thrust is so broken that it just doesn't matter how many times you put it in a combo. Like, you'll always have it again. There's really nothing the game can stop me from doing. Unless it just blocks the attack like that, which is a little different than actually resisting it. Oh well, let's Mystic Art, chat. We'll take our vengeance out on these creatures. I want to make sure this thing dies due to Mystic Art. There we go. I mean, you can see I'm using Hurricane a lot. It doesn't really seem to stop stunning ever. Question mark. Your thoughts, chat? Hurricane, hurricane, chat.
It was a close one, but I am the victim.
Was it a close one, Rokuro? I'm pretty sure you stun-locked them forever. Hey, chat, we're above 4,000 souls. We did it. Now, because this area is so big, there are a lot of herbs here, but honestly, I feel like none of them are worth going out of your way for. Like, in the art of exploring for the treasure chests, we'll pick them up, but I will never come back here to get the herbs. They are, like, way too far away from each other. Oh, new enemy. We should actually fight this enemy. What do you drop? Pure White Veil. Interesting. Hurricane. He can have a little musical all to himself, chat. He's now just shouting "see this" repeatedly. He's not using Hurricane, huh? That's how you know it's the AI. I'm like, oh, it's using other Rokuro moves like they exist.
Are you hurt?
Oh, game. Yeah, so chat, to give you an idea of how dumb the boss experience is in Chaos Mode, because we fed Aizen 2 boss kills, he's now the highest level party member. So I'm assuming to get to the second Mystic Art, everybody has to hit 30. So I should probably give experience to people that are not Aizen. Also, he has so much health now that he has more health than Velvet. Just from levels. Which is silly. He's actually also tied with Rokuro somehow. So just put a lot of question marks on the board. So he is the second tankiest character in our
I
party.
can really feel the Earth Pulse now. It's up above.
Guess we're in for some mountain climbing then.
Which doesn't really make any sense, chat, because he's supposed to be the glass cannon kind of character. I think he has like the 4th highest health. It's pretty bad. I think he only has higher than Laphicet and Eleanor normally. Or not Eleanor, Magilu. So let's see. Increases art attack by 3. Well, chat, we know who it's going to. Rokuro. Just kidding, chat. We're gonna give it to the little boy. Okay, I don't think there's a fight off of this, but just in case, I'm gonna save here. We're eventually gonna come to a boss fight here, but I think it's way too early for the boss fight to happen here. So we'll just have a little nice cutscene, chat. So before triggering the plot, I want to take a look off the edge of the cliff.
I can't wait to take a good look around. Whoa, now that's what I call a view.
I agree that it's beautiful, but don't leap about so much. You'll fall.
I can sense many Earth pulses under this place.
I figured you'd notice that. An intricate web of Earth pulses crisscrosses the land under the Aldina Plains. Mountains like these would normally take tens of thousands of years to form, but these popped up in about a millennia.
So the Earth pulses have affected the land?
Exactly. Long ago, people wielded arts that allowed them to manipulate the Earth pulses and control the very land itself.
How could arts like that exist?
Perhaps they pushed against key points on the Earth pulses? Like how acupressure can improve a person's blood flow.
That's a rather forced comparison, but you may be right. Either way, those arts have been lost for eons.
I'm impressed, Aizen. You know a lot about everything.
Not at all. There's so much I don't know. For example, the name of these flowers. That's why I travel. To learn.
Aldina alabaster grass.
That's the name of this flower?
Yes. A long time ago, my brother showed me a picture of it in one of his books. They're fragile flowers. They die quickly on their own, but if enough of them gather together, they can survive. Fields of them form beautiful white carpets of flowers. In some cultures, they symbolize kinship, the bonds between people.
Kinship. Huh.
I'll remember that. You and your brother taught me something new today.
I'll never forget either.
Ooh, treasure chest, chat. The plot wants us to go over there, but I'm like, listen, we're gonna take our time first. Oh, more feldspar fragments. That is another excellent drop. And we got another silver scrap. Another excellent drop from the random shinies. Chat, we're finally getting things that are... Oh. Chat, one of the worst drops you can get in the game is a Tails coin. Tails coins are worth basically nothing. They're basically useless. Like, that feldspar would be the equivalent of getting, I don't know, like 2,000 Tails coins. So we got like 0.001 of a feldspar fragment. I don't know why they're in such low denominations when everything costs 1,000 or more. It's pretty insulting, honestly. I feel like if they had multiplied these drops by 100, it would almost be useful. It still wouldn't be good, though.
Here! This is the Earth Pulse point I've been feeling!
No Therian and no barrier.
I must have gotten it wrong again.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. That dragon could well have broken its barrier. Or it might have been too powerful for the Abbey to subdue.
You could be right. After all, dragons make for the strongest demons.
The problem is, we don't know if it's a Therian or not.
Yeah. Let's stick with the plan and head to Stonebury to gather more information.
Am I the only one here who thinks the real problem is how we're supposed to fight a frickin' dragon?
I mean, we fought a dragon before. We could do it, wink. We could totally just solo the dragon right now, chat. Let's go fight a dragon at level 27. I'm sure things will be okay. You know, they've only been built up to be like one of the most powerful creatures in this particular setting. I'm sure it'll be fine, chat. Let's take a little dive off of here. Like that speeds everything up immensely. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sweep around to the south. We're gonna fight that Code Red Demon. And then we're going to go a little bit back to the north so we can enter Stonebury from that particular position. But otherwise, we'll just kind of casually go through here. We're gonna try to avoid fights. I'm not really interested in anything here. Most of the curves within the land have different treasure chests. So I think what I'll do is, because we have to come back to the mountains anyway, I think we'll explore the southern half of this map first, and then when we return, we're going to come out of the northern exit, if I'm not mistaken. And we can collect the rest of the items at that time. So we'll ignore all the chests. Just keep in mind, we still have to get the cat's chest. Which I think might be above us, or it's in the southeast, I forget offhand. We'll find it eventually, chat. So we're going to take the southern of any kind of route on the way there, and it just helps keep things closer together. Should be herbs around here. There it is. Increases art defense, sure, we'll give it to Laphicet, because why not, chat? Make him tankier. As I said before, I don't want to explore too much yet, because we don't have the mobility skill, but getting the Code Red out of the way might not be a bad idea. So there's a chest up on the cliff. I don't think there's anything of interest over here other than the chest. And I guess I could fight that, check out the southeast corner, and then wrap around to the southwest. I think might be our plan of action. So I'm going to put a quick save here, because I'm not really sure how hard this creature is for us, as we are fighting it a little early. I have Blast Gauge on basically every character other than Aizen. We'll see how it goes. Don't have room for an Arcane Bottle, unfortunately. Now, let's go greet the creature. We'll get a good look at it before we fight it.
I don't think we have a...
He apparently thinks we don't have a chance. This thing is level 63, chat. It still has less health than one of the other bosses we fought, but it has really good stats. Mostly does wind damage and water. Art attack up when health is lower, so most of its hidden arts are going to do a lot more damage, so we have to be careful.
Chance!
No escape!
I actually used the bird's weakness, chat. It's resistant to wind, but Swallow Dance does winged. Oh, we actually got a soul already. Sure, we'll take that. Oh, I was trying to hit multiple weaknesses there. I actually got a full combo on it. Unfortunately, it decided that it should not be comboed. This thing likes to get out of combos really quick, which is a bit concerning. Now, if I could just get the stun, or it'll just power through it. I was gonna say, if I could just get the stun, we were in good position. Because it is fairly wounded now, so I don't need to do all of its health in one combo. I don't know who keeps knocking it down, but that is making me really sad. Is one of my moves knocking them down? I hope it's not Swallow Dance. Darn you, Swallow Dance, you're the worst. If that's what's knocking them down, that's making me sad. Ooh. Okay, let's try to unleash a combo. We've wounded the creature a lot. It has 80,000 health, so we have a lot of health to go, but this should speed things up significantly. Yeah, I think it is my move that's knocking them down. That kind of sucks. Let's block a little bit here. I like the constant spellcasting from Eleanor. I do appreciate it. It is making life a bit easier. So it's pretty low on health. We're applying a lot of different status downs on it, which is excellent. So, you know, for a harder boss battle, this is not going too badly. I'd prefer if Eleanor had, like, a little more in terms of souls. So I'm also going to take that soul with her. Now I just need Rokuro to have 3 meter, and then I think we could kill this thing. Ooh, we got the stun, chat. Oh, it's over. I got the weakness and the stun. It's over. Say goodbye to the boss, chat. We're deleting the boss. Man, it is so important to get stunned. Look at that damage difference when you get the stun.
You think you could escape me?
Also, phenomenal 71.99 grade. This should pretty much max all of our other equipment. So this will just make everything easier for us. We have a decent amount of earth moves with Velvet, so I'm kind of glad we got that. Some of our stun moves are earth, like Tearing Thorn or Shadow Flow. I'm happy we got that. And now Laphicet just gets a permanent +8 defense, which is great. And now he gets more Blast Soul, or Blast Gauge when he breaks Soul, which is good, because he's one of the hardest characters to actually give Blast Gauge until much later in the game. So we'll definitely take advantage of anything we could get. Rokuro getting 8 more defense just kind of benefits the AI. I don't particularly care one way or another. Him getting more Blast Gauge is excellent. And now we're learning equipment faster. Nice. So instead of that 71 grade, she'll be getting closer to 78 to 79 grade. Not too bad. Smooth fight, chat. That's what I want to see. Super smooth fights. Unfortunately, that boss doesn't give us any experience. But it is what it is. Unfortunately, we also have no other weapons to equip. So, because I don't care about defense, let's get a little added focus, just so she's able to get the status ailments up. And increase the damage of all of her moves. And again, because I don't care about defense, let's lower our defense to get more focus and more art damage. So, kind of just going exactly how I want it to go. Are there any new armors I could be learning from Crimson Veil, but I'm not in a rush to switch. She just maxed out Feldspar boots. Are there any other boots she's still learning from? No? Then I guess it's time for her to take the unnamed boots. So her defense is completely terrible, but she should be able to cause status ailments fairly often in the meantime, so I'm okay with this. So we're going to switch Laphicet over from something that gives armor to something that gives magic defense. I mean, I guess he'll be basically immune to magic attacks. So the Kingly Waistcoat just gives him a lot of focus, but I should probably swap him out for another character. Yeah, he should probably take this. Or I mean another armor is what I meant to say. Let's see, what else could he learn from? Oh, he could get spike boots. Sure, I'd rather lose some magic defense in order for him to have higher focus. That's a good trade for me. Is there anything else Rokuro can learn from? Spiked boots. Sure. Pick that up. I mean, I don't think he really needs the focus, as I said before, but we'll take it. Now, I think I will switch items with Aizen, so that way they both can learn something new. And we should be good going forward. I think we only have the Crimson Veil left to learn. Oh, she also doesn't have the Feldspar. Which I'm okay with. More magic damage. We're using it as a spellcaster secretly. So, it is what it is. Speaking of which, can I ever do something that increases spell speed? Or does she not have that? No, she doesn't have anything that increases spell speed. So because of that, I'm not interested in swapping her stuff. So, we're gonna get rid of the equipment drop rate. We'll have to remember that this is one of the things that adds it, because I like having this on for Arena. But we'll move her up to Asmodeus, which is kind of a terrible item in comparison. So hopefully we can just learn Asmodeus and move on, because that item honestly had really terrible stats. Everything else is here. We have Gatling Arm. Oh, we should have one more fist item. Yeah, we got the Amphibial last time. And we lose a little bit of focus, which is a shame. He does like focus. But because I like to use a lot of melee moves, this is kind of more tailored to me. And eventually we'll get the 7% extra attack, which makes this a good late game item. Just gonna double check everybody's rings are new. Nobody's overlapped. Yeah, looks like we're good. Also, make sure to lock the boots and stuff that we're using. That way I don't accidentally delete these when I'm doing enhancements later. Excellent, chat. So we're gonna check around this little corner. I think there is an item here. We might as well ask since we're right here. Also, we're very slowly getting back up to above 4,000 souls. But we haven't paid our toll yet. The cat soul toll is very extreme, chat. It knows no mercy. Oh no, their Feldspar fragment. What another great random item drop. Oops, don't want to use that yet. And we'll check around the corner here.
No mercy.
No mercy, chat, indeed. Gonna collect these souls again. Got a silver scrap, and there's a silver chest. Hopefully this gives us a new equipment. Feldspar bracelet. I think we have that already. Oh no, we don't. It gives decent stats. We won't be able to take advantage of the while low health bonus effect, but it's nice to have it just in case it does proc. Again, usually I find with Aizen, you're either at full health or dead. There's not usually an in-between. There's something looks at you funny and you explode kind of deals. So we cannot go to the place south of us yet. We cannot clear past a certain room because we don't have fast travel or something that makes us move faster on the map. We can go to the place to the north, but I'm going to wait a little bit before doing that. Let's progress the plot a little bit before we go up there. I will acknowledge that we can clear that entire optional dungeon to the north. We will need to go there eventually because... Well, not yet, but eventually we'll get a mission to get another ingredient in one of the optional forests. I don't think it's this one specifically, but it helps to go through this one for the Code Red hunt, which I believe we can do now, and we saw was in the list when we were talking to the Scarfed members, Bloodwings. In any case, let's go here. We should be triggering our fast move relatively soon, but we, again, need to advance the plot a bit more. Once we get fast travel, it has a little gimmick to it, which we'll see, which I'm not really a fan of. And we'll go into it more once we see it. But for now, let's see what the town has in store for us.
If I were a Bloodwing, where would I be?
We'll start at the inn. It only makes sense.
He says start at the inn. I think he means talk to literally everyone else other than them. So we have a few skits to go through, chat.
What are you gonna do with all those? Make jam? I'm going to feed them to my chickens. That way they'll lay eggs with purple yolks. What? You know that won't work, right? It sure will. The color of yolks change depending on what a hen eats. My grandma taught me that.
Actually, we always feed our chickens corn. Is that why their yolks are yellow? What are you gonna do with purple eggs anyway?
Tourists are coming from the capital again, right? I bet they've never seen purple eggs, so I figure I could sell them for a lot. Maybe I can even make our village famous!
You've thought this out, but will they really sell? You know what they'd make, right? Purple fried eggs, purple omelets, purple egg fried rice. Hey, would you want to eat a purple omelet?
Strange things sell, right? You don't have to be so mean just 'cause you can't think of a better idea.
Oh, sorry. Here, let me help you.
Fine. Go catch a whole barrel full of jewel beetles. If we feed them to my chickens, we'll get eggs with yolks like shining jewels.
I really wouldn't want to be your chickens, but... okay.
What a carefree village.
But you know, this is what really makes humanity amazing to me. Attempting the impossible. Reaching for the stars, just as a matter of course.
Aye. Though we may stumble countless times on our way, we can achieve anything we put our minds to.
Attempting the impossible, huh?
That's all well and good, but there are some lines that should never be crossed. Purple eggs. Blech.
I like that was Makilu's takeaway from that. Also, I didn't really consider this before, but Einstein kind of referred to us when he said the word humanity. I'm like, isn't by definition he not human? I'm just kind of curious how that really works in this universe. 'Cause they're not humans specifically. Unless they're gonna call the people that live thousands of years human, which just seems kind of wrong. But anyway, girl says, one day everyone in the world will be talking about jeweled purple eggs from Stonebury. Stay healthy, my precious flock. Poor chickens indeed, chat. Oh, yeah. Patty cake it, chat. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna stand here just so I can watch it. Don't step on the crops, he says. He's now angry because we stepped on the crops. He's now asking how many times we have to to tell us to stay off the crops. I'm gonna walk all over him and there's nothing you could do about it, patty cake man. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them, chat. They're multiplying.
Raspberries, strawberries, blueberries. They all grow in abundance around Stonebury. We even have a fairy tale about it. One day the ground was covered with so many fallen berries, they all became stones.
Stoneberries. Is that how the town got its name?
The spelling has changed some, but yes. Berries are an important part of this village. We harvest local berries to make jams, pastries, gels, and all sorts of sweets.
Berry-flavored gels! I've never had one.
We've exported our jam and fruit for a while now, but our raspberry gels are still being perfected.
Aw, rats.
Are the vegetables growing in that field special too? I don't think I've ever seen anything like them before.
You've got sharp eyes. But that's right. They're a rare species of wild potato. They're red and they're called radish bells. We discovered them in the mountains nearby. Sadly, the potatoes are actually highly poisonous.
Really? But they look so good.
They do. But the skin and the sprouts are toxic. If you aren't careful when removing them, it's Poisonville for you. Deadly poison aside, they're sweet, fluffy, and go great with butter. And when they're fried nice and crispy, they're the best.
So just skin them and sell them. What's the problem?
Yes, we've thought of that, but the way they are now, you have to peel off quite a bit before you get to the edible part. Peel one as big as your fist, and all you get for your trouble is a bit of meat the size of an egg yolk. That's why we're selectively breeding them. One day, they'll have only a thin layer of poisonous skin.
Why not breed them to get rid of the poison altogether?
With no poison, bugs will eat them, and they'll be more vulnerable to cold and heat. With potatoes, as with people, getting rid of everything harmful isn't always for the best.
It's okay, just serve them the poison anyway. Tell them it's fine. You can eat it. Once. Let's add more to the art. Hey, chat! Oh, look, he's surpassed Rokuro on attack power already. When did that happen? What a magic moment, chat. Laffy said is only outmanned and outstrengthed by Eleanor for some reason. Yes, little boy, you could be stronger than the whole team. Woman Farmer says, demons are frightening, but we can't let that fear control our lives. Building something new is a real challenge, and that makes every day feel fresh and worthwhile. I love the pop in. That's on purpose, by the way, Chad. I could tell it to not do that. I just want to be clear. But it is very amusing when I see the shrub pop in.
The water around here is ideal for producing wine and spirits. I've been thinking about fermenting something new.
What will you make? This region's specialty is berries, so a berry wine?
But the chilly air and level of humidity here should be just right for making an amber draft, don't you think?
Considering the geography around here, the water must contain a high mineral content. If you use it to make a rice wine, the taste will be unique.
I've considered all those options, but I must create something that can surpass my greatest rival, Sleeping Princess.
But that's nearly impossible to make.
Exactly. Not an easy task, to say the least. Sleeping Princess is made by filling an emerald cask with water from an enchanted mountain spring and sitting it in direct sunlight for 7 years. The water's magic causes it to change color each year. When it reaches the same deep green hue of the cask, it's ready.
Solar fermenting, huh? It won't be easy to surpass a marvel of the winemaking world like Sleeping Princess.
True, but I've finally found it. The ultimate stone.
A gemstone? Will you make a cask from it?
That would just make it an imitation. No, what I found can only be called a natural rock filter.
You're filtering wine with a rock?
Deep in the heart of these mountains, I found a stone that absorbs liquids. I tried using it to filter a berry wine. The taste of it was unbelievably crisp and bright. It preserved the luscious richness of the berries, while adding a clarity that left me breathless. I call it Pure Land wine. There is no better.
May I have a taste?
My apologies, but it took me 10 years to make a single thimbleful. I drank that thimbleful for my tasting. It'll be about 50 years before I can make a decent batch. I doubt I'll see a full bottle in my lifetime.
50 years, huh? Meet you back here, then?
I've never been so glad not to be human.
Well, now he's saying he's not human. I'm a little confused. It's not what he said in the previous skit chat. That is called inconsistency. Inconsistency. Old Brewer says, a 50-year dream, a moment of glory, a cup of spirits. I wish you a long and fruitful life. Maybe one day my grandkids will pour out a drink for you in my place. Villager says, Thorny Forest is a fine, rare drink, but its pinnacle is the shining emerald bliss of Sleeping Princess. It's so scarce and treasured that not even kings have to wait over 10 years for a chance. Oh, excuse me, I think I said that wrong. That even kings have to wait over 10 years for a chance to drink it. That's what the old man tells me anyway. Well, chat, it still wants us to go inside the inn. I refuse to do so. I can see a cat chest. Also, lots of chickens, chat. Lots and lots of chickens. Velvet asks if there's a place to stay. We're told that just look for the biggest building in the village. It's our inn and tavern. They've got a surprising variety of drinks. I hear the proprietress used to work as a sommelier for a certain noble house. I think that means wine aficionado. Correct, chat? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've heard that term. Let's go hand in the money for it, though. Still have one more to do. Let's talk to this person first.
Stoneberry hasn't had much luck growing just yet, but this pioneer town has a lot of potential. Trees grow well here, and the lumber is of great quality. Oh, we're also close to the quarries, so stone isn't a problem. As long as the demons are contained, this country will rebuild. The need for stone and lumber will soar. Best of all, this area is quiet, has beautiful lakes, and is a perfect place for a craftsman like me to work.
And why settle for anything less?
I do feel that you might be a bit short-handed here. It's hard to build without manpower.
You're right. We need something to attract new settlers. Maybe some sort of specialty item?
Is there any fruit or vegetable that can only be found around here?
There is a type of potato called the radish bell that we grow, but it's got a few, quirks.
If you want to attract people, you should just ring a bell. Come to Stoneberry, where the money grows on trees.
A bell tower, huh? That might actually work. We can even use local stones for the bell. The Stoneberry Stone Belfry.
It won't work.
Huh?
Try hitting a rock. Doesn't ring.
Ah, how could I have missed that? I'm still such a novice. My master taught me better than this. Think before you build. That's what he always said. I need to do better and not sully his name.
Pioneering Apprentice says, I have a lot of respect for my master. He's strict and blunt with his advice. He's got a very kind heart. My dream is to start my own business in the village and earn his acceptance. Chat, have we played another game where perhaps there was a large bell tower in a particular city? Thank you for double checking, Chris. We got the Feldspar fragment. And now, chat, let's salute the cat souls that are lost in this venture. Oh, it costs 200 cat souls. Oh. Wow. Goodbye, cat souls. We got the Fire Norman hat. A red Norman head for Velvet that represents her burning passion. And we also got the suit. Who makes the red color look like blood? Why, thank you, little text descriptions. We sell chickens, there's a dog. Oh, there's a children ready to be dueled in a children's card game. Listen, chat, we're gonna show her that she's a third-rate duelist using a fourth-rate deck, okay? So she's saying her name is Shinobu, eldest daughter of the character card family. I patiently waited for this day. Well, it's time to duel, chat. Wow, instant fail. Okay, what do we have? Okay, we could possibly ninja win. I have some of the specialties ones. I could try to win with the magic user, but it's a little too risky. I want to take that off the board so the opponent doesn't have access to it. I think that's another strategy too, is to see like what cards I have and then think about what cards the AI might not have. So I'm gonna play my ninja card right now. So I don't think they own any of these cards from this particular game. I think it's Tales of Destiny 2 / Tales of Eternia. So I'm not in a rush to play either of these. I actually want to take other cards off the board. I think that's like the only other advanced strategy I can use. I don't think they have any from there. They're just getting lucky drawing into it. Unfortunately, now we're forced to draw into this. So I had the right idea, just the game stopped me from doing it. There's a princess. No princess card has been played, so let's not risk it. We're pretty much tied. Oh, they took the other princess card. That sucks. They're very close to winning. I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna take this off the board because I could... Oh, there's the ninja. Don't take the ninja. Excellent, they couldn't take the ninja. Oh, I can't take the ninja either. That's the worst. Let's finish round. I don't want to risk it because they're very close to getting a combo. I thought about if it was worth extending the round. I don't think it's worth it in that case. There's a princess card on the board. Should probably go for it. Ooh, they took a ninja. That's not good. Did they haven't taken any mages yet, so I could go for that. Smile's still on the table. Let's go for Smile. And Mage. We could also take Mage off the table. Oh, they took out Smile and Mage with one card. That sucked. Whatever. See, I'm not in a rush to take the one in the bottom right, because I know that they don't have any cards for it. So I might as well just take off ones that I have. Well, that was just kind of unfortunate. We made a good play, like we purposely delayed, but then they just drew immediately into what we needed. Oh, we got Crown Princess off of that. Sure, we'll finish round on that. There's a ninja on the board. And they immediately grab the ninja. If I don't grab this here, I just game over instantly, which would be a stupid way to lose. Let's just take ninja off the board. Guess I'll go for Gar between those two choices. They have mage, so I'm a little concerned. They almost have mage by themselves. Wow, that really sucks. They took ninja off the board and we have like a dead princess card in our hand. That is like a very terrible combination of things to happen. Well, they had to give up Colette, which I don't blame them. I would give her up too. So because they don't have Colette, I don't have to go for this card. They placed this card down, which they could have a card of. So I'm gonna get rid of that. So that way they can't play into it. Oh, Oh, I guess they had a card to play off of Colette still. I didn't think about that. We're in kind of a weird spot. I mostly just want to get the people victory. So I should be able to play to win at this point, as long as nothing super atrocious happens. Alright, we win. Oh, we got double the bonus, chat. Look at that. Finish that round. Goodbye. Earn that victory, chat. Colette was discarded. Chat says poor Colette. She knows what she did, chat. Yeah, let's do this on intermediate. We're doing pretty well, chat. I just want to observe one... Okay, so we have a ninja and a princess. So I have a lot of leeway with this. Also, I apparently cannot really play any cards in my hand, which kind of sucks. But I want to check one thing. For the mages. Okay, you really do need all 4. Oh, there's a lot more. Okay, we'll have to keep in mind that we only need 3... We only need 3 Renegade. That's actually pretty... That's pretty flexible, actually, because there's 4 of them. I'll have to keep that in mind. So we could keep that in mind for an easy win. Unfortunately, I can't pull the Renegade at the moment, so what we're going to do is we're going to just get the Princess out of our hand. That way we're not forced to discard it. Darn, they took a Renegade. Ooh. We have a bad hand. I really can't do anything with this. Like, look at this, chat. Rough. They're definitely gonna win at this rate. I can't even play a card. Like, this actually sucks. Oh, we drew in the Crown Princess. Oh, we're finishing round. Okay. Oh. You know, that could happen too, chat, apparently. I mean, I thought for sure it was over, but... do I go for Renegade? I probably should. Oh, I could go for Renegade again. Oh, no, they drew it. Oh, no, that's so unfortunate. We would have almost won off of that. Darn, AI said no, chat. Chat, we would have won off of that. That's so upsetting. Like, it would have been over. Now we have to play the rest of the hand. What a disappointment. So they have a ninja, so they could just instantly win. I don't really have a counter to that. I guess I'll get mage off the table. Yeah, there's pretty much nothing I could do about that. Oh, they're gonna keep going? Why would they do that? If I draw a mage, it's over. Oh, they drew a princess. That's not good. That's just not fair. Yeah, they're gonna take the points. That sucks. Oh, they went first and took ninja again? Man. We might not even have a chance to play. Like, this sucks. It could actually be over next draw. That sucks. And they have the princess cards too? Wow. Chat, this hand is rigged. Cut me a break here. Chat, I demand a recount. So I have to win by a lot of cards because I don't think tying them works. Okay, we got one Renegade. Oh no, they just drew Ninja. They could just win off of this. They have no reason not to win. Why are they still playing? Wait, why are they still playing? That's like the dumbest thing they could do. Why would they do this? What? Did it really just... Oh, come on. Just give me anything. Come on, game. Okay, that was actually unfair. That was actually unfair. I had no moves. I had literally 2 moves I could have made. Every other time there were no cards we could play, and it just started with the princess. What a bunch of cheaters, chat. I think we could boo them for cheating. Like, I could literally only play 2 cards in my whole hand, and they had 3 combos, almost by themselves. That was terrible. Alright, well, I'm gonna go for mages again, because I have nothing better to do. Oh, I got all the Tales of the Abyss characters in one try. Yeah, let's just finish round with that. I just need to get another 10-point win, and then we're pretty safe. We need to basically play enough that we don't get countered. See, I could win off of Ninja right now, or Renegade, so I want to try to get Renegade. Because I might be able to just safely play Ninja and win. Oh, they took another Renegade off the table. That sucks. So now nobody... Oh no, I could still get it. No, I can't play it still. Well, I'll play my Ninja. Oh, they apparently had Ninja, so we... Take him off the table, I guess. We'll take another Renegade. Yeah. Oh, we're in good shape, chat. He has to win by a lot of points now, so unless things go really horribly wrong, we just need any win condition, and we should be okay. So let's take Pretty Princess off the board. And now we'll try to go for Renegade. They took 1 Renegade, but that doesn't mean we still can't go for it. Let's take this guy off the board. And they got Ninja, which is not good, but it doesn't matter too much. Ooh. I have some really poor choices to make here. I'm not a fan of what's going on here. Okay, we took a mage off the table. Ninja here doesn't matter. They don't win off of this. They have to keep playing. The downside is I also don't have a lot of card choices, so now it is just purely RNG if we win. If I could get 1 more card of any kind, I win. Gonna put him on the floor. Oh, we got all the Tales of Berseria right at the last second. Oh, we're finishing round. We're not greedy, chat. We're done. Here we go. Got more Tails coins. Says I failed. I suppose I owe you this. Take care of it. Black Shiba Inu ears. Here we go, chat. Another accessory. We'll take a look at that. So I could give him the dog ears to complete the outfit. Technically. At least we can see what they're like. I mean, the black kind of matches his hair. But I'll leave it as is for now. But I will acknowledge that that is what we have received. I'm just curious, do they have a difficulty above intermediate? Apparently not. At least not at the moment. We'll double check later in the game, chat. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Let's add another 3-door defenses. Oh, little boy, you're almost tankier than Rokuro. And you're tankier than Eleanor. You did it, little boy.
I was on my way home from a trip to Logres, crossing the Aldina Plains, when I saw it. Rain was pouring as if from buckets, and the wind was so strong I could hardly stay on my feet. From the vast darkness of the sky, a monster of tremendous size descended, like the essence of the storm itself.
A huge flying demon?
At that moment, a group of exorcists leapt out from their hiding spots and began to battle the demon beast. But it met their swords with its fearsome horns, and a swipe of its tail threw the noble exorcist's back.
Horns? And a tail?
Where did the demon go?
I couldn't tell you. I was so frightened, I ran away and never looked back. I hope the Abbey can get rid of it, but the beast took out 3 exorcists with a single blow. Come to think of it, another person was there too. He faced the demon and told it to stop.
Zavid.
If you're going to the Aldina Plains, you'd better be careful.
Man says, speaking of dragons, there was an old dragon cult called Tintagel a long time ago. They aren't around anymore, but what were they thinking when they decided to venerate such creatures? Ooh, another Zestiria reference, chat, because I believe there's a location we could visit called the Tintagel Ruins. So we have a little more clarity with that, with lore. You tamed coarse tempering powder. I don't really need that. That's one of the powders I don't really care about. I'll take the fine tempering powder, but the coarse one, we can very easily get that. Girl says, come on, why can't I stand there? This stump is a secret fort for boys only. How is it secret if it's out in the open? Boys are so stupid, I swear. It's not a very good secret fort, I would also say. Unless they were, like, in the trunk, then it would be better. Yu says, this spring is the treasure of this village. It's not natural, though. We all work together to dig down to an underground stream. Well, I think we gathered about as much as we're going to gather. We'll talk to these people, and I'll check for a chest slightly above us. Otherwise, I think we're ready to continue with plot chat. Villager says, welcome to the pioneer settlement of Stonebury. It must have been quite a journey. It looks like you've come across the Aldina Plains. We're in sore need of adventurous spirits. Like yours. There's the other chest. Mellow fluid. I guess from a design perspective, if I were to get rid of his corsage, as an example, and I replace the tail with the black version, I guess I could go with the black ears. We'll change it up a little, chat. What do you have to say, weapon dealer? I don't think we've actually talked to you yet. You have some interesting items. Speaking of which, I don't really want 30 of each of these, so we'll sell a little bit of our cash back. Yeah, some of the item costs don't really make any sense. We'll be seeing a lot of that as we go forward. Oh, equipment learning skill up. Oh, what an excellent item, chat. High attack power, which is how I play the game, and a little bit of magic damage for when the AI plays the game. Kind of like that. And another great amulet for probably the caster version. Bonus versus dragons, that'll probably be helpful in an upcoming encounter. I probably should wear it. But we'll take some bonus equipment here and there. Ooh, a new armor for people to wear. I know I was kind of Ooh, another armor to wear. So we're getting more armors, which is great because I was kind of capping out. And another ring. I feel like we have a lot of rings. Rings are usually not the issue. Hey, this is an excellent pair of boots. So its master skill of increasing stun duration by 10% is really, 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 really good throughout the entirety of the game. Plus, it's one of the few boots that gives raw attack power on top of focus, which is really, really, really good for our frontliners. So that is a very clear upgrade for our characters. So is there anybody that's using maxed equipment? I suppose I shouldn't just put Velvet on this thing right away. Magic Kazam, chat. Yeah, who here was done with their armor and couldn't learn anything else? I feel like there's somebody here. Oh, Velvet was. So Velvet, I'm sorry, we're gonna have you switch over to this, which unfortunately lowers your attack power by quite a bit. But we'll play around it, I think. I just want to make sure they're all learning different things, and it looks like that is the case. Otherwise, for now, I think I'll leave them as is. Although we still don't have a new weapon for Velvet, unfortunately. She mastered her weapons too well, chat. Just want to make sure my weapons are at least upgraded. Oh, we have a lot of quartz. That is a good sign. Oh, I look forward to oh, chat, look at the raw attack power on this. Oh, I can't wait till Luffy can use that. That'll be phenomenal. We'll add a little bit of bonuses here and there. Oh, equipment drop weight, 20%. Excellent, chat. I can't wait till we get to that one either. We'll put that up to a +5. Since I'm expecting that to be a pretty good deal for us. Oh. Apparently we have not gotten an increase here. We should probably buff that a little bit. It's such a shame we don't have a lot of materials to craft. But at least if we get a +1 or 2, we should be okay for a while. Bonus experience versus Snake, not too bad. Shell Ring is literally the first of its kind, so we should probably increase that. And we'll top off our boots, I think. Because our boot bonuses were looking kind of low. Okay. I think between streams, as I said before, I'm going to clean it up with some enhancements. But while we're here... Oh, excellent. We managed to get that bonus in one try. Not bad. Ooh. I think I want to get the +1 here. It's a shame none of these unlock the blast gauge +2, because that would have been extremely useful for us. Because that allows us to store a lot more for combat. Once we get to blast gauge 6, we'll be using the combos with Mystic Arts like almost constantly. But unfortunately, we're kind of constrained by our materials. Okay, I think we're ready for plot finally, chat. Oh, no, chat.
Well, hello, sailor.
Are you waiting for someone?
Nope. Just saying a prayer for someone.
Someone?
Let's go. Clearly, there aren't any Bloodwings here.
You're just going to leave? I'm right here.
Everybody has times they need to be alone.
Fee.
Right. Coming. What do you think he was praying about?
Well, for one thing, he was drinking a bottle of Thorny Forest.
Oh my. The drink you share with your special someone when you're going to be married for life! How romantic!
But getting your hands on that stuff is no small feat. I can only hope I'll get a chance to taste it someday.
That must have had an important meaning for Savid. That's why you left him alone.
Don't read too much into it.
You're Velvet, right?
Huh, you must be the one who's seen the demon we're after. We saw a big snake-looking dragon fly over on the way here. Is that what you saw too?
Yes, that's the one. It nests at the top of the mountain in Aldina Plains.
We went to look ourselves. No dragon.
It only returns to its nest on rainy days.
Rainy days, you say?
Oh, just look at what you went and made the weather gods do. This doesn't bode well. Not at all.
Thanks. We'll give it another shot.
Okay, chat. Well, speaking to them caused the rain to fall, and because the rain has now descended upon us, we're able to go find the dragon that was not at the top of the mountain. Because as they just conveniently said, it only shows up when it rains. Luffy says it's raining. Shouldn't you find shelter? Yeah, it rains a lot here in Stonebury. It's a seasonal thing. It's good for the crops, though. It reminds us that we have to do whatever we can do each day. If you stop working because of a bit of rain, you'll never get a new town built. Luffy said, thanks to where it says, do what you can each day. Exactly. We only have a limited time in which to live. Try not to leave any regrets behind, kid. Oh, patty cake it harder, villager. Watch it. You're walking all over my field. Get the heck out of my field. If you keep messing with my field, I'm going to turn you into fertilizer. Well, that got violent. We'll double check if any of their conversations have reset. Oh, looks like it has. He was the one that originally talked to us about Thorny Forest. Oh. That was like the same dialogue as before. I'm a little confused. I don't know why it reset that. He was just saying the same thing he said last time. He says, did you see the village stump? It's something else, right? It took a year to chop down, but it gave us 10 years worth of firewood. Out past the village is an old forest full of trees like that. We call it Volgrand Forest after my dad, the first man to set an axe to it. And there's a little lore knowledge there. We'll be going there. I guess technically we could go there now, but I'd prefer not to until we get fast travel. Bloodwing Woman says, the dragon's nest is in the mountains above the Aldina Plains. The scaly beast only returns there on rainy days. In fact, the dragon might even be the source of the storms. Aizen says, thanks for the information. In any case, that means that if we go there now, chances are it'll be home. Why, yes, Aizen, that is what that means.
Hey there. Our meeting like this must be Providence, meow.
We're in a hurry. Save it, cats.
Here we go, chat.
The better, meow. I've just stumbled upon a perfectly nifty piece of stone just for you. What's it for?
That's not a geoboard, is it?
Bingo! I dug it out of some ruins, meow. They were made by Norman Meowny years ago for surfing along Earth pulses, but I can't use it, so I figured I'd pawn it off on someone else who could, meow.
Wait, Norman made this? That doesn't exactly inspire confidence.
Don't be so mean! We're capable of exceptional things! Sometimes. When a Norman speaks their own name, the board springs to life and whisks its masters away at top speed. They'll even plow right through weak demons. You can say it's our masterwork, even if we sorta stumbled on it by accident.
Huh. Well, then I apologize.
So we can ride this as long as we have Bienfu with us, right?
Well, kind of.
Do you have to use your true name to activate it?
Not my true name, no. My Norman name.
Wouldn't that just be Bienfu?
No. Norman have a separate name that goes something like Norman so-and-so. It's almost more a title than a name. Often the name has something to do with what they're good at. Something like attack, or chain, or aqua.
Right. You could say names like Bienfu and Grimoire are more like stage names. I actually don't know Bienfu's Norman name, but I can't wait to find out.
What is your name, Bienfu?
Come on, out with it. We're in a hurry.
Norman Brave. Whoa, look at that!
Wait, Bienfu.
Your Norman name is Brave?
That is so deliciously absurd! Why do you think I've never told you before, Bien?
At least the board works, meow.
And if we get on this board, it'll move us around?
Well, about that. The board propels itself by pushing against Earth pulse flows. To do that, the board needs information on the flows, but this one here's a completely blank slate, meow. First, you need to find the geotrees in each area. They serve as a conduit between the surface land and the Earth pulses, meow. Once you've actually located a geotree, you can record that area's Earth pulse data into your geoboard, meow.
Got it.
This area's geotree is right over there, meow.
All right then. So long as we find more geotrees, we'll be able to use the geoboard to travel much more quickly.
Okay, chat, I have two misgivings about this new mechanic we unlocked. One, it is very much busy work to go find arbitrary points on the map just to be able to use it. So a lot of the time that you want to move fast, you can't because the game just decides that you just can't use it. Well, it's going to tell us how to use the geoboard. As you can see in the picture here, it's trying to give you a hint that you can use it to jump all the gaps. So at some point, we're going to go around to the other villages, and this one, for example, is outside of Renede. We can jump across those points to get to places that usually have a high number of cat souls, as well as a treasure chest or two. But one other thing that really annoys me about the geoboard is that not only does it kind of handle like crap, it doesn't go very fast. It goes faster than our walk speed, but not as fast as you would hope it to be. It also explains that with this mechanic that if an enemy is really weak and we bump into them, they die, but that is literally never going to apply to us on Chaos Mode. So that mechanic is just useless. Anyway, here's the geoboard, chat. I hope you're going to enjoy all like 20 seconds of it before I go into a skit.
Well, that's going to come in handy.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun to ride, too.
I could get used to this.
I'm so worn out. I feel like I had to sprint the whole way here.
Huh. Seems like operating the board saps a lot of energy from Bienfu.
Even still, this board gives us a strategic advantage. Brave here will just have to bear a little exertion now and then.
Yeah, Brave. Buck up.
I believe in you. Be brave.
Ah! Stop calling me that!
In the meantime, let's go to the north. So I can see a treasure chest up there. We might as well as go attain it. in the slim chance it'll give us something useful. As I said before, I fully expect to exit out of the northern of the 2 points. Continue onwards. But since we have the fast travel board now, we can explore both dungeons, actually. From my knowledge. Oh, actually, no. I think there's soldiers in the ones of the south, so we're still not allowed to fully explore it. I'll show it off that we can't really do anything in there after we go through this dungeon, I believe. But we might as well level a bit, because the next fight could be difficult, because we haven't really been fighting things, like, at all. So let's at least get some experience from the bosses and some of the new enemies inside. See, chat, now you have to think every time I fast travel, Bienfu suffers a little more, and I know the chat loves it. Chat loves it when Bienfu suffers. So I'll just keep using the board, chat. So I hope you enjoyed the board, chat, because we are entering a new area, and due to the mechanics of the board, that means I can't use it in here. Well, we're coming across an actual puzzle dungeon. That's kind of nice, I suppose. So we see that there's areas filled with gas. If we try to go through it, it says red fumes filled the air. It doesn't look like you could pass through like this. I mean, honestly, I feel like Velvet could just climb the sides, but sure, we'll pretend we could go through here. Here's another tease. We would be able to cross this point if we had the geo board, but the game has taken away the geo board. So I guess that's the game's way of giving us sort of shortcuts. Now, interestingly, chat, we see a tree here that has red fruit. What happens if you eat the fruit? You feel that eating the red fruit will neutralize the toxic effects of the red fumes, and you can now pass through unimpeded. Well, that's kind of a big assumption, but I mean, I guess it's good that our characters figured that out. Let's go ahead and fight this little creature here. I think its name is Plantus. Yeah, it is called Plantus. I remember looking at that name and I'm like, really? Oh, okay. If that's what they want to go for, chat. Also, I'm sorry, what? Wait, I didn't really think about this. Why is Plantus typed as a reptile? Sure. You know what, chat? Sure. We're just gonna shake our heads, chat. These poor enemies have no chance against us. Okay, I think it's time to let them know they're wide open. These enemies are also probably dead, especially since I'm gonna Mystic Art them. Definitely dead. Again, we'll just be building an insane amount of meter. Look at that, we're at 2 meter already. Almost at 3 meter.
This fight is over.
We got some equipment mastery out of the way. Ooh, excuse me, chat, I was sneezing. So now we can move on to a new item for Lamphiset. So I think he's mastered everything before this point. He gets a little bit of art magic damage from that, which is not bad. But now we can equip this, which makes him a godly tank. And also his physical attack power is atrociously high. For some reason. Just a thing that happened. Let's see, she's gonna go from a very basic 121. Oh, that's a pretty big downgrade. That's kind of a shame. I was gonna say any of these would probably be better, but she has more things she has to learn. I guess we'll switch her over to the Floric Spear. It's not really all that impressive, to be honest. I'd much rather prefer the Mountain Lance. Actually, speaking of which, this lets me learn skills faster. Oh, but she's already mastered it. Oh. So there's just these she hasn't mastered. Never mind. I was gonna say, that would make sense from a time perspective to learn that one first. Just, yeah, I know. Some of the typing in this game is a little weird. Wanna quickly look at something. I guess they don't have plant? I never really thought about that before, chat. I don't want to accidentally highlight any of the other categories because I think it might have like all the bosses in them. But yeah, I think there's weirdly not plant. Plant is not a separate subtype. I mean, I guess that's a design choice. Chat is having theories as to the name Plantus. Is it truly a name? Now, what you might notice is that there's another tree with the same red fruit. The reason why that tree's there is that because if that tree's not there, you can't leave this dungeon. Not without teleport bottles. I mean, fortunately, we have infinite teleport, so it doesn't matter. But for players that are going through the puzzle, we're going to be swapping what fruits we eat to progress further. I'll make sure to grab this on the way there. Get more art damage, because of course little boy needs more. I think Kamoana was also technically Snake. It's just something I never really thought about or paid attention to until just now. I'm just like, oh. I guess that's the thing, chat. So our goal is to go to the upper left first, because there is a code red fight in there. And we don't really need the item it has, but it also is an area with a lot of cat souls. So if you're just looking for ways to like not have to constantly travel back and forth and you're trying to save on bottles, this area is actually not too bad to get cat souls, as long as you come back with the geoboard. We'll acknowledge there's a blue tree there that allows us to progress. But let's explore a little further. I forget if we need to swap to that immediately or not. We'll know if we do. There's yellow over there to advance. We can't do anything about that. I almost walked into that because I was greeting for the cat souls, but I did not get hit by that, which amuses me. Okay, so around the corner, we can see the code red is now straight ahead of us. There's a place where I can have red fruit, but I already have that, so that's not really that useful to us at the moment. We'll acknowledge that that's there, though, I suppose. For now, I'm going to take the little short hops up the side and collect a few more cat souls. Excellent, chat. We're going to get even more cat souls here, because why not? Now, the boss over here, I think... Ooh, red was the correct color, but I forgot we needed a geoboard. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for a place to activate the geoboard, so we're not allowed to go fight that yet. I want to check down here, because there should be, at minimum, another plant we might need. See, there's an area we can only get to if we have red. And speaking of which, look at all these cat souls, chat. Oh, wait, I ate blue. Did I eat blue at some point? Well, we can have yellow to progress further through the dungeon, so I'm going to have to go back to that one tree we saw earlier. Not a big deal. Sorry, chat, I thought I was still in the red fruit for some reason. So we have yellow to advance further in the dungeon. Until we get the geoboard, we can't deal with the code red. That's right. See, I did remember we needed red to pass through there. I just forgot we needed the geoboard. Hello, fairy. I didn't really want to fight you, but if you're here, I might as well just get some blast gauge. Speaking of which, I don't think I need 2 spins. Oh no, I have up the sleep and great cycle. They're different moves. Never mind. Excellent. So we have a decent amount of meter for everybody. Excellent.
We're finished here. Let's go.
Chat's bothered by the enemy classification. I mean, it is strange. I guess they decided there weren't enough plant-esque creatures. I suppose. Kind of like in PSO where they label certain things as nature, include both beasts and plants. Okay, so we've now eaten the red fruit, which will allow us to go get the cat chest, and then from there we could eat the yellow fruit, and that'll allow us to continue with the rest of the dungeon. Now, we do need to come back here much later on for a side quest. So it definitely helps to have gotten the Geo board, because we could skip basically all the puzzles on the revisit. So it looks like we're already up to 75 meals off of that one Heavenly Parfait, I believe it was called. Well, chat, we barely got to 4,000, and look how many cat souls this box wants. This was so ridiculous. The first time I played, I was like, why does it need so many cat souls? Goodbye, 375 cat souls. We got literally nothing from it, other than just minus 375 cat souls. So I think at this point in the game, we have now opened enough chests to open, or at least give us access to a side quest to visit a new location. So we technically don't have to open any more chests. We'll still open them just for the sake of opening them, but we'll consider that off the list. Technically it gives us, I think, until like 3 dungeons from now before it checks to see if we are capable of going to that area. So we have a lot of time. So just in case you don't have enough cat souls and you don't get this chest, and you're worried it will lock you out of content, you can always come back here, and you have like at least 6 or 8 plot hours before you probably should get that chest. But again, this area is optional, so it doesn't really keep track of it either. But hey, we've eaten the yellow fruits, now we could progress through here. We can see the yellow fruit on how to escape this area. Hello, Expedition. Gotta do that fast mashing, chat. I'd really prefer not to dangerous encounter anything here. Again, if you're looking for experience, I do recommend doing a ton of dangerous encounters. Hey, chat, we found the Geo board. Unfortunately, we have a yellow fruit, so that means we would have to go through all that just to go fight the Code Red. At this point, since we're already here, we might as well complete the rest of the dungeon. So we're gonna acknowledge there's a blue fruit tree there. It's in the northwest of this area. There's a red fume we can't get through. So there's 2 different colors. The only one we can't take advantage of or easily get is yellow. Actually, no, that's not true. So we need blue to proceed. Just looking around. We could get red now. I guess it doesn't really matter if we eat red now. We might as well just do that. And let's progress over here. Surfing along. Get more cat souls. We have a huge deficit to make up, chat. Got 3,600 gold, which is absolutely useless. I feel like even by this point in the game, that's still an insultingly low amount of treasure. But let's cruise on by and have the blue fruit in our system so we could get by the other fumes. Goodbye, dungeon. We understand most of your puzzles. So for this place, it's just kind of important to denote how or where you could switch the fruits. So we're going to round this corner, and we can see this is another way to get blue fruit. So just in case we have to swap at some point, we can acknowledge we could come back here to both go through the entrance and also possibly advance a puzzle. So now we can increase art defense. We could give it to Rokuro, who's got absolutely atrocious art defense, or we could give it to Velvet. But chat, we already know it's going to Little Boy. So there we go. Excellent, chat. I think our goal for the stream is to basically complete this dungeon, check out the other dungeon, and then visit the top of the mountains. That should set us up for a good pace for tomorrow, because there is a lot we have to go through. Unfortunately, one thing that's kind of annoying about this point is you do need to build up a lot of speed to actually cross the gap. And while doing so, you could get attacked. I'm glad the game demonstrated that. So it could be kind of annoying if you're looking to not do a lot of encounters. Stupid bees.
I'll finish this. You're wide open. Bird. Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try. Perfect.
Okay, I got a guaranteed kill, and I wounded some other ones. Not too bad.
No escape.
I did not target the right direction with that. That was kind of dangerous. There we go. I stunned with Velvet, swapped into Aizen. We're almost back up to 3 blast gauge. I just needed one more soul, but I didn't get it. There we go. Now I got it. Ooh, I didn't realize that B was attacking. I'll just teleport in on it. It's fine.
Its guardian was angry.
Dire B kill chat. You love it. You love all the Aizen quotes. So we're gonna acknowledge we can change our fruit to yellow. We currently have blue. Let's see how far we could get with blue before we change colors. So fortunately we acted the geo board point, or else we wouldn't be able to do that. Do we have a point we can only proceed with yellow or blue? So we have blue, so we have to go through the top place. There's a field that requires red. Let's see. What is up here? Is this another fruit tree, perhaps? Come down here. So we could get red. We're gonna acknowledge we have very easy access to red. More focus. Little boy's getting all the focus, chat. As I said before, we're gonna try not to swap for as long as possible until we see a clear avenue of success. So can we advance without changing colors is the question. Red is to the right, so we can always hold off on that. We have the ability to turn blue. And what is over here? Yellow. So it seems like we're gonna have to do a little bit of backtracking. The blue will let me go back out of here. But I already have blue, I believe. So I think we'll start with red, which I think was this one, if I'm not mistaken. So that one just seems like a dead end regardless. We'll also need to make sure we leave. Oh, actually, no, we can't leave with red. We're gonna remember we have to get red to fight the code red, though. Which is in the same area it is in. That's not too bad for us. We're just hopping along, chat, having a good old time. Getting some cat souls. The game owes us a lot of cat souls, chat. Like, that was highway robbery. Like, this area is not bad for cat souls. But going this far into the dungeon just to get to this room is not worth it. The code red room, however, is kind of worth it. Because you could get there in, like, 20 seconds or so and just teleport out. Like, that's not bad. So we still need the ability to go yellow. Where did we see yellow is the question. I don't remember. Was it in the upper left chat? I think it was. Yeah. Okay, now that we've had yellow, we could go back the other way. Not super complicated puzzles, but you know, you gotta keep some management of what changes your color at least. Let's head up here and we'll enter the final area. We'll be needing to go to this northernmost room in the future. If you're wondering why they have this big puzzle and the boss isn't here, because we'll be fighting something here later. But for now, we'll just collect all the pretty souls. And again, the game owes us a lot of cat souls, so we're gonna take our time collecting these. Purity Charm. Charm that absorbs bad luck that could harm its owner. What else does it do? It is slightly weaker than what we have. Ew, it just adds to armor? We don't care about that as Rokuro. It gives us fire attack power up, though. What a shame. It gives us focus, though. Focus is okay. A little disappointing. I'd rather have focus plus a stat or double stats. As I said before, focus is generally the most important skill in the game, outside of power for weapons. But for Rokuro, it doesn't super matter. Other characters, definitely. So one thing I always thought was kind of weird in terms of the control scheme for the game is that, like, moving the camera moves the board when you're in the board mode, but doing the camera here just rotates the camera. I don't know why they linked the camera turn to the geo board. I don't understand it, chat. I get confused every time. I'm like, but why? Also, the geo board is not really good at making tight turns, which is kind of atrocious because they based the whole minigame off of tight turns. Like, this is as tight a turn I can make, chat, just so you could witness. Like, that's it. Oops, I bumped into him. Goodbye, Plantis. Laphicet is sitting at a phenomenal 5 blast gauge for some reason, so sure, why not? Laphicet is ready to nuke somebody at some point. Die, enemies.
No escape!
There we go, chat. I'm gonna use Eleanor for a little bit, just to mix things up.
One down.
She's got pretty solid melee, I must say. I just prefer using her much later in the game. Oh, they interrupted my spell. What a shame. Okay, it looks like our blast gauge is looking pretty good. I'm gonna build up a little more for her.
I refuse to fall.
She refuses to fall here, chat. Fair enough. Let's continue on to the Code Red fight. So I have to say, I was a little let down at how easy that other Code Red fight is. Maybe we hit like the cap of difficulty ? On the Code Red fights. I do recall the one at the beach being absolutely atrocious. That I do remember. So I was like, that one was like way too hard. I think it assumes like you go through the whole water temple and then you fight that what was it, like a fairy or something like that. She just had like ridiculous amount of health and damage. It made no sense. But honestly, that last boss didn't stand a chance against us. It makes me question sometimes if we're on chaos mode, but we are. It's the game is like, oops, we don't know how to handle a stun combo. Speaking of which, we're getting really close to capping our food, which has me a bit concerned. Let us cook and eat a little bit. I think with Magilu a bit more. Again, I don't want to waste the resources here. We need to make sure their cooking skills basically get to 20 to get every possible skit. So we have a pretty good head start on everybody except for Magilu, honestly. So let's speed up this process a little bit. Bon appetit, chat. Plus, if she's gonna be cooking meals for the crew, we might as well make the bonuses a little better. Because we're not really realistically gonna do the 50,000 damage or more in a total combo in any kind of boss battle. If we Mystic Art a random enemy on the field, I would say it's more than doable. But it's pretty hard to get 50,000, and then also not just instantly win the fight. I'm gonna go till she hits level 9. There we go, chat. Bon appetit. And so, with that out of the way, we should probably just do a safety save. Just in case something goes horribly, horribly wrong. I kind of doubt it, but we'll do it anyway. Let's go challenge the little boss over here. By little, I mean big boss. That's definitely not Kamoana, wink. They definitely didn't just reuse that sprite for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like you shouldn't fight actual, like, story bosses as Code Red demons. I don't think that really makes any sense. But here we are, chat. This boss is actually pretty big compared to us, so we have to be a little careful.
I don't think we have a chance.
Yeah, see, chat, it counts as a snake. Doesn't really have, like, phenomenal stats either. Same kind of health. Magic damage I'm a little concerned about. Oh, it has Hellgate. I'm a little more concerned, and it is Iron Stance. Okay, that could be threatening. That could be threatening. I'm not too concerned about its other... Oh, Gravity Well is really terrible. Ooh. Okay, so we have a couple of really... Red flag spell danger mode. Gravity Well and Hellgate are really high damaging at this point in the game. Oh, we'll do our best though, chat. At least they seem to be dodging the mowdown attack. I appreciate the AI actually trying in this game, chat. It's very relieving to not just have to swap to them and dodge manually. Took a little bit of damage there. Rokuro, you need to just sub out for anybody. Wait, how did Velvet die? What? Chat, I hate Velvet AI though. That never changes. Her AI is so bad. I'm like, she had 4 blast gauge bar. Just sub out mid combo. This isn't rocket science. I'm so disappointed, chat. I literally stopped playing her for like 1 second and then they kill her. Hey, why didn't she spell absorb that? What? Well, now I'm just chat, you saw that, right? Like, she just didn't spell absorb that. I swear she acts really weird on bosses. Like, that's not me. Like, the game just decided she wasn't absorbing it. Oh no, Loppy said didn't dodge. This is bad. Well, I'll keep going, chat. The only thing we can really get from this, I think, is grade. We can't get experience. Ooh, that did a lot of damage to us. That's not good. Well, I want people to get grades, so I might as well revive them. Okay, chat, if you want to know what I was trying to do, I was trying to tag swap into his counter, but it did the partner action instead of the tag swap with counter. And I really, really did not want the partner action, because the partner action makes it so that you can't use your blast gauge and or use your counter, which was the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that, because that counters everything in the game. That hurt me on the inside, chat. I don't really know what happened, because I hit tag swap while guarding. Yeah, it's starting to use its more dangerous spells, which has me a bit concerned. I really want these people to live for grade, but at this point they are really tanking our grade. Man, I dodged like a frame too early and that insta-killed me. Things were going well up until the boss decided it remembered it had Gravity Wave, or Gravity Well. Gravity Well is very dangerous, as I said before. And Velvet died again. You know what? I'm just gonna restart the fight. I don't feel like trying to come back with this. We're just restarting it. Yeah, let's just retry. Like, I could definitely do this. It's just more like, I need them to not die on me for no reason. Because it basically snowballed out of control just because Velvet died. I was trying to dodge that, but I was too close. Man, that is so fast casting. Oh, come on. I couldn't chat. I could not react to that. That was just kind of unfair. Okay, well, I might as well restart it again. I could do this. I just need to not die randomly to mow down or really fast stone lance. Just kill me. Let's not waste time. Just kill me.
I'll finish this.
Yeah, it's got a lot of really bad spells, and we just got really unlucky that it decided to hit me during like where I was gonna tag swap. Just kill me. We'll do it again. Yeah, like this is the problem. Like the real danger in this mode is not the physical attackers, it's the people with spells. So like when I looked at the boss, I was like, oh, it's not too bad. It's only got physical moves. And then I saw the other spells and I was like, oh, that's kind of nasty. We're gonna try it though, chat. I think we could do it. Again, we're not supposed to be here until much later, like another 5 levels or so. But I think we could do it. Oh man, I got clipped by that for so much damage. I heard it get stunned. I heard it get stunned. Let's try to get some damage on this boss. It has 80,000 health. Wait, why couldn't I tag into... That was weird. I went to do Luffy set next, and it didn't let me do it. That was weird. This isn't good. Ooh, I want to not be in front of that. Oh, come on. I can't react to that as a player. That's so fast. That upsets me greatly when that happens. Like, that I can react to, but if it's just gonna, like, off-screen stone lance me, like, what am I gonna do about that? Alright, I'm gonna need to change the party lineup. I think the problem is I have too many melee characters, and that's causing me to get frustrated in combat. So I don't want Velvet in here. She's wasting our time. Let's have Magilu there, and I want to play as Rokuro. I need them to basically spellcast lockdown. I'll keep Aizen in the support wings, but this should be okay.
Woo, it's a biggie! Hurricane! 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 Hurricane!
Dodge too early again.
Hurricane! Hurricane!
Man, the spell does so much damage, chat. Oh no, they tagged in Velvet. This is bad. She's gonna die randomly. Speaking of dying randomly. Oh, I don't know if that was a stun. I don't think that was the stun. You know what? That's good enough. I don't think I got the stun, but we'll do some damage. I'm gonna give our AI some time to heal. Hopefully this will stall. Ooh, I think we got a good combo going there. There we go, chat. Much better damage, much better.
Now, rise, arise, ascending, angel! No mercy! Wounds that won't heal.
Much better damage, chat, much better.
Hurricane! Form 2! Hurricane!
We're so close, chat. Oh, dodged it. Oh, we're so close to no deaths too. Hellgate. I'm gonna panic swap because I got hit by that. I was like, I had no idea what that was gonna do to us. Oh my gosh, there we go, chat.
I thought we were done for.
Much better. See, sometimes you just need to swap out who's in there. Like, I think that was our big problem. I couldn't, like, babysit 2 melee characters. And as much as I like playing as Velvet, I don't trust Rokuro to dodge those hard attacks. So I just decided to play as Rokuro. And that paid out for us, chat. We got almost 80 grade. And getting bonus percentage versus dragons is going to help us a lot. in the upcoming encounter. Paralysis reduction by 40% is amazing for a defensive ability. Now Magilu will have invulnerability and fire damage up, which is excellent. And we're getting all sorts of very minor buffs, but they do add up, chat, over time. Again, 8 defense is pretty significant for where we are. So we already got the Hero's Ventite. That ability is not super useful, because again, we're not really healing people. So we have new weapons for him to learn, but he's still capped at the moment. So we could switch him from Feldspar Cape to maybe the Quartz. We lose a Blast Gauge, but that's not the end of the world. I'd rather have a little more focus with Laphicet. I was choosing between Blast Gauge and that. Since I don't have 6, it doesn't really impact me that much. Okay, we could switch her from Gradient Doll, which is pretty good, to this, which isn't really great for spellcasting, but a little focus never hurts with spellcasting, so kind of mixed feelings on that. And she gets slightly better boots than these. I mean, these add to physical attack, but that's not what the AI uses. She could take almost any of these. This will give her the Feldspar boots. So her damage is kind of subpar at the moment, but it is what it is. Oh, amphibial boots have been mastered. We'll switch her to, I think, Feldspar as well. And she mastered that. Oh no, we unlocked a really weak ribbon. Goodbye our stats, chat. Rest in peace, stats. Rest in peace. Oh, lost all that damage due to that change. Can equip the amphibial sphere, I guess, to make things a little better. So her belt is completely mastered, so I don't think there's anything else I need. So I'm going to switch to this one because, again, it gives us a ton of focus. And focus is absolutely key for getting status effects. Hopefully, we will be able to successfully use Velvet on a boss. And fortunately, we still have not gotten another weapon here, so she's been maxed for a while. I'm going to swap her out with the Crimson Veil, just so she can learn a new skill. And I think everything else is kind of good as is. He's almost mastered the boots, which is nice. We'll switch him from Poison Ward to... Is there anything lower that he has? Oh, he hasn't learned a lot from down here. What? What did he not learn from here? He didn't learn the Wind Ring. Huh. Well, he should probably definitely get Wind type reduction, because I feel like that's a very common element to fight. This one only gives him focus, which is kind of dangerous for him. I'd prefer he have something a bit tankier. So I guess... Oh, there was stuff that wasn't mastered down here. Oh, the Jet Black. That's right. I think no matter what, he's gonna have to wait on this a little bit. Ooh, it seems like we unlocked a weaker amphibial art thing, but we should probably equip this so we're a little better prepared. See, we don't need to learn from that anymore. We have the Feldspar bracers. Wow, our defense is atrocious. Chat, that is an absolute glass cannon. He doesn't even have 100 defense. That's terrible. That's actually really terrible. Dude, none of these add to... I mean, like, this is phenomenal for Rokuro, but does nothing add defense? Ugh. Defense and focus? I'm really not asking for much. Oh, he's wearing the defense and focus one. That's a shame. Ooh. Well, Aizen, I hope you're ready to just die at any minute. I mean, look at Little Boy. He's got more than 3 times his defense. Little Boy is ready to just do everything, Chad. His lowest stat is like 341. It's just like higher than some people's maxes. It's just silly. Absolute silliness, chat. Speaking of which... Magilu, did you... Oh, you still haven't learned a new spell. What a shame. I do like Blood Moon, though. I do like that as a spell. It's fairly quick, does a small AoE, but it sets up combos pretty well. Oh, that's right. We didn't take a look at this. So Shock Drum is okay as a move. It's like a little too slow to cast. You could see that if you hold the button down on Shock Drum. That's what that little indicator means, by the way, chat. You see how it says Fiend and then Inspiration? If you hold the button down for Malik Arts, you can transfer to the next level. So I don't have to set Inspiration. I could just technically have it by just holding down the cast and upgrading it a tier. And that kind of sucks, because I don't really want my offense spells to be healing spells. I'd rather they just be more offense spells. Like, compare this to Flame Beast, which will upgrade into Maelstrom, which upgrades into Shock Drum. So technically I can Shock Drum, even though I don't have it set, technically. Yeah, but the problem is, like, if you go too far, then she heals instead of attacking, which is pointless. So, like, why would I want to do that? Never. Healing spells in this game are not good. Not on Chaos, anyway. They're just a waste of your time. That's why they're disabled. Well, we managed to beat the boss after a couple of tries, despite it being a dirty, filthy spellcaster. What a dirty, dirty monster, chat. Well, we could go back through and puzzle our way out of here, but we have a quick teleport, so there's no reason for us to do that. Now, I want to take a look at our blast gauge. Our blast gauge is absolutely abysmal, so I refuse to do this boss fight without more blast gauge. Let's add some blast gauge. Hurricane, hurricane, hurricane. Let's add more to Velvet, I think. A little more would help. I think putting her just a little over 3 would be good. Excellent. Did a combo reset on him? Oh, I missed him. I did not realize that vacuumed enemies in. I don't think I've ever used it for that effect. Oh. Oh, Aizen's letting them know they're wide open, chat. What a monster, chat. Ooh, I got stunned and then comboed to death. What? Oh, jeez, Aizen, your defense is terrible. Chat, that was like touch of death. I died at full health. Poor Aizen. Your defense is just way too low. I kind of need that 300 defense. We'll try again, though.
That was a considerably powerful enemy.
Form 5 Scatterburst. Which one was that one? What element? I remember their elements more than their names. Oh, this one's okay. As it denotes, it travels through foes. It's a water and fire move, which is not bad, but I usually just prefer Flame Burst for its speed, or I just like the poison of Water Hammer more because it's cheaper. It's not bad, it's just Scatterburst is more meant for groups. It is what it is, chat. I mean, I suppose I could just make this one Scatterburst just because. I think I have anything else that's super worth taking. That's probably okay. I don't use my other arts that much on Rokuro, not at the moment anyway. But, you know, in case in the future we need it. I mean, chat, why use other moves when you have Hurricane Thrust that lowers enemy focus and makes all the other ones easier to trigger? It's just silliness, chat. Well, unfortunately, because Aizen died, he does not have enough blast gauge. Neither do our other companions.
Woo, it's a biggie! I'll help you!
Okay, so their meter gain is looking pretty good. Let's fix Aizen's a little bit. Operation Don't Ever Get Hit as Aizen or You Die. Oh, look at that. He actually triggered a status ailment on them. Good for you, Aizen. You did it. I mean, I guess it's good his armor gives him focus because he kind of needs that reset. Not bad.
I'm not a fan of long, scary things.
Ooh, that spell is a great spell, and that makes me want to consider swapping out Windlance entirely. Although I have a free space here. I suppose I should make one of these Frigid Photon. So this one is kind of interesting. Normally I don't like absorb HP moves, and I don't use it for the absorb HP. I use it for the fact that Aizen normally only has Wind and Earth, and this is one of the few water spells he has. Also is Anti-Crustacean. What makes that spell really good in comparison to some of the other absorb health ones is that it is a massive hitbox that can juggle into itself if you speed up your cast time. And because it also counts as Earth, it benefits from the Earth cast speed increase. So that spell will be fun to use. We got more fishing lore. Let's try to showcase it before we get into the boss. Let's fight something not super threatening. I guess the wyvern.
We will need to be extremely wary.
We'll just do a little bit of guard action here. Nice. Nope. Oh, it attacked me immediately. Not good. So watch this, chat. Why did that all combo? Frigid Photon's so dumb. I love it, chat. Never change Frigid Photon. That was still one combo, chat. They never got out of the hit stun from Frigid Photon. This spell is so stupid. I love it. Oh, he's stunned? Oh, I'm just gonna cast in his face. What is he gonna do about it? He's stunned. I could reset him all day. Goodbye. Oh my gosh, chat.
If you want to live, get out of my way.
If you want to live, get out of my way. That's so appropriate for Aizen, because they just have no chance against that. That's just monstrous. Oh my gosh, chat. I had like 20 years to confirm a combo off of Frigid Photon. And you saw that, like, because it has a delayed hit, I can basically cast 2 of them. So I have a lot of time to just do anything else in between. It's really, really strong. And that's where I feel like the spellcasters get a lot better. Oh, 225 castles, chat. Goodbye. We acquired angel wings. Well, I'm already using those, so we don't have to show that off. Chat, Frigid Photon, Frigid Photon, Frigid Photon. You're wide open.
It's at the top of the mountain.
Tread lightly. Let's try not to provoke it.
Is it? Oh, I can see the evil emanating from it from here. I guess that's a nice touch. Well, we got a little extra gold, which is still pretty useless. As I said, at this point in the game, most items cost like 10,000 or more. So getting 3,600 is pretty pathetic, I must say. We're just cleaning up some chests. I think I missed some over here. Somewhere over here. I'm trying to remember. Oh, there wasn't one over here? Interesting. I don't remember where those chests are then, chat. They must be to the east. I also thought there was one over here, so let me just double check I didn't miss one over here. Oops. The fairy fights us. Chat, I have no reason to use other moves. It's just unfair. It's actually not super great to use at point blank because you lose a lot of the benefits of how unfair that spell is. That delayed cast is just phenomenal. Sorry, chat, I'm getting a phone call. One moment. Okay, chat, I actually have to step away for a little bit. I'm trying to decide if I should end stream or just wait. I think it'll be a delay of some sort, but we'll finish this combat, and then I think I wanted to more or less just fight the dragon, see the story there, and then end the stream. So it won't be too much longer, I think. Either way. But I'm gonna need maybe about 5 minutes, I'm thinking. But we get to enjoy Aizen's brokenness for now. It's quite something, chat. So even if you don't usually play Aizen, him getting Frigid Photon is just godlike. Look at this, chat. I could teleport into the spell and then full combo him. Like, there's nothing the AI could do about that. If you're given free reign with Aizen, it is godlike. Godlike, chat.
That wasn't worth the effort.
It wasn't worth the effort, apparently. So I will be right back, chat, and then we're going to conclude with the boss and a little bit of story.
It's an honor to serve as the Vanguard.
Okay, chat, I am back. Looks like we are all good to go. Just check the preview. I noticed my little shortcut buttons move the keyboard. I'm wondering what those little sounds are. So, blast gauge wise, we're looking pretty set for a fight. We got 4 spellcasters here. Should probably be okay. It's kind of funny thinking of Eleanor as a spellcaster, but she's set to only be ranged, so it is what it is, chat. Aizen has hit 31 because he's a monster. I should probably play other characters so that they can hit level 30 and get a little power spike. Rokuro and Velvet benefit the least from it. I would say Eleanor and Magilu benefit a lot more from that. So we'll come over here. I guess there isn't a chest over here. But hey, we got a little more cat souls. Let's see Rokuro surfing around, chat. Guess we could change the party leader briefly.
Shall we be off, my morbid menagerie?
Morbid menagerie. There we go. They each have different poses on the Geo board, which is kind of a nice touch. Now, this is not a boss fight we are expected to win, but we do have to do enough damage kind of thing. Because if you recall, maybe from the previous playthrough, dragons are supposed to be really tough. So this dragon's not really an exception. Let's make sure we save. Ooh, excuse me, chat. Sneezing again. Oh, we got another Feldspar material. That is actually extremely important for us because we are lacking a lot of crafting materials. And we can see the very tail of the serpent dragon right around the hill. So this is going to be a very interesting fight. We'll see if we're ready, chat.
It looks so deadly. And just check out how much malevolence it's putting out.
Which means it's not a Therian.
Well, yeah.
Let's retreat. We've got no reason to pick a fight with something we can't handle.
I do.
Oh, you're up for it?
What? What are you doing? She's right. Fighting this creature is a good way to end up dead. Oh, sorry.
Well, chat, let's take a...
No turning back.
Let's take a look at its stats before we begin. Just so we can see what a dragon looks like in this game. Its name is Shenlong, which is good. It might have a lot of health and stats. Chat, the last boss we fought had 80,000 health. This is 181,000 health. It has more magic attack power than the boss that absolutely wrecked us with spells. It actually has 400 more magic attack. And, yeah, it knows some spells, which is not really good for us. Apparently, if we're stunned for 16% longer. Probably not good for our health. Let's see if we can do anything against this on Chaos Mode, chat. This will be interesting. I don't have to win this, but I have to go at least a little long against it. We'll see what happens. So we are not even a whole party of level 30s, and we're fighting something more than triple our level, so this will be interesting. Now, it has a weakness to physical and fire, which if we were to use Soaring Dragon, does hit most of the points that we need in one move.
This wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah, but training like this doesn't come around every day.
Be on your guard. One wrong move and you're done for.
I know. That's the fun part.
Hurricane! 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 Hurricane!
Oh no. Chat, you're in trouble when Hurricane is not stunning. Oh, I heard the stun. I heard it. Chat, we're unloading what we have. We want this fight to end immediately. Let's not mess around with it.
Die?
This should be... Oh no, this isn't anti-dragon. That's a shame.
No mercy! Wounds that won't heal, scars into flesh! Lethal pain! Here! Here! Spiral! Hail!
Hurricane! Hurricane!
That was not enough damage. I'm a little concerned, chat.
Hurricane! 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 Watch it! No escape! Hurricane! Hurricane!
Storm dragon!
Hold up! Deception! Hold up! Watch it! No escape! Hold up!
There we go, chat. Woo. We did not let it cast the spell. That's the important thing, chat. We were like,
Yep. This one definitely puts up a better fight than your average demon.
Is there any hope of actually defeating this thing?
I'll do whatever it takes. That's my way. Zavid!
Chat, Zavid is the worst.
Yeah. I see you're out for blood, as usual. You knew, didn't you, Eisen?
Out of my way.
What? Are you protecting the dragon?
She's not a dragon!
Huh?
Back off, or I'll make you back off.
that is unintentionally one of my favorite Zavid scenes.
Damn, it got away.
That hurts, babe. And here we hadn't seen each other in so long.
Hold it. Is that dragon someone you knew?
I told you, she's not a dragon.
So, it seems old Check Out My Pecs and the dragon have some kind of close ties.
Did I hear you right? We're talking about a dragon here.
I know what I said.
But how could that be?
When Malachim are tainted by malevolence, a dragon is what ultimately results.
So you're saying that dragon was a Malak Zavid once knew?
She must be who he was praying for back in town.
Yeah, most likely.
But do Malachim put out malevolence like humans do?
No, not by themselves they don't. But if one remains in contact with humans or demons who do, it will eventually taint her, and she will become a dragon.
What about you, kiddo? You feel anything weird after you got thrown into the Earth Pulse at the Empyrean's throne?
I did, yeah.
Can't say I'm surprised. The air there was thick with malevolence being sent on its way to Enominat.
If I'd stayed there, I might be a dragon too.
Is having a vessel not enough to prevent a Malak from transforming?
A vessel can reduce the effect, but not eliminate it. By stripping their Malachim of consciousness, the Abbey exorcists seem to be able to inhibit the transformation. But nothing in this world is guaranteed.
Can a dragon ever be changed back into a Malak?
Nope. Just like with demons, there's no going back.
Do they still hold on to some part of who they were?
You saw that dragon. What do you think?
Well, that's...
But Zavid still won't kill it. Must be his creed at work.
Eisen, listen. Whatever business you and Zavid have with that dragon, I don't care. Do what you have to. But I won't tolerate you getting the rest of us involved in it again. Do I make myself clear?
You've got it.
Good. Now, let's get back to the Therian hunt. We'll regroup in Titania.
If what Eisen said is true, then could I wind up as a dragon someday? Or Eisen too?
I don't know.
Well, we know the answer to at least one of those questions.
Scout ship settings.
Oh, I actually don't want to do that. Hold on, chat. One moment. We have another... I have a little footnote that I have to make Eisen cook something at the moment. Am I able to do it is the question. Let's take a look. think it's under the meat section. No, I don't see it in here. I'm looking for the Berserker item. Oh, here it is. Darn, we don't have any of the butter. Hold on, chat. We're gonna have to send out a different expedition. So it's kind of inconvenient to me because they space out some of the food-related ones. So it's very easy for me to miss these, unfortunately, but I'm doing my best to kind of make notes of, like, when it triggers. So the Barbados Archipelagos, which is, like, decently further than the X-Sphere, now allows us to get another skit. So we definitely did not see any of these skits when I played it on stream last time, because I completely forgot. So unfortunately, we have to wait 30 minutes, so we'll probably have to see next time that particular skit outcome. But hey, we could set that up for the future at least. For now, all we can really do is teleport around. You might notice we only have options to go to Stonebury or Logres, and that's because there is a skit that's going to stop us from completely leaving Port Zexin. And what we're going to do is we're just going to do a little bit of cleanup. So let's go to Stonebury. See, chat, I also can't fast travel in towns. So let's make sure we get this before I forget about it. Yes, chat, even the town has a separate geotree, I believe is what they called it. Girl says, I don't care if stupid boys won't play with me. The dogs and chickens won't ignore me. What do you have to say, youth? I really want to see this village grow. Yeah, well, we've got enough materials to fill a forest. Let's give it a go. Hey, you. What? Like how he's trying to sell me something as I'm trying to talk to him. Burning capability up by 8%. I do love to spam Flame Beast, chat. I will not lie. That is a decent item for me. We'll purchase some more of these. Getting more quartz purchases is also good for us. And another Crimson Veil. Excellent. Ooh, this is one of my other favorite rings. So it gives a lot of magic resistance, which as you can see, is the biggest threat to us in the game. You saw how much damage we take from spells. Now, magic resistance plus physical attack power equals frontline that can survive. And if you look at Laphicet, it is literally nothing but an improvement of what he's wearing now. So we'll eventually put it on Laphicet because he's truly our frontline, backline god of all positions, honestly. Speaking of which... Oh, this requires quartz. 6% chance to not lose souls? Yes. 40% extra from beasts, which is a common enemy type? Yes. Right, chat? Wow. This is a very stacked ring, I must say. I'll put a normal +1 on one of these. Again, I'll probably clean up some of these items between streams, because we have so many items to consider. It's like way too many, honestly. 1% chance to instantly defeat a weakened foe. Oh, defeat a stunned foe, I mean. That could be fun. I don't think it could trigger on bosses. I could be wrong. But hey, I'd like Velvet just instantly killing something. Chad, I almost upgraded the Kuragana daggers. And then I went, no, you fool. Of course you don't want to upgrade that. Man, little boy is ready to become the tank master over here. It's like we... Oh, I want to upgrade the spear while we're here, actually. We'll just give that a couple bonuses. What else could we do? Well, we could go back to the tavern. The villager says the performer we invited for the festival is running late. Really late. Was it a demon attack? Hardly, just slipped a disc in his back. Hello, man. Are you gonna tell me about the sleeping princess again? Apparently he never gets tired of saying that. I guess that's the joke, is he repeated the dialogue 3 times, but he only changed like 1 word or 2. So I guess that's not a bug, chat. That's intended. Hello, Kaiser Gamer. Hope you're doing well. We're wrapping up with the gameplay at the moment as we just fought Shenlong. And we're gonna put ourselves in a good position for tomorrow, I think. Let's see, what do you have to say, villager? My grandfather saw something in a cave on the southern Aldina Plains. A painting on the wall of a centipede shrimp-looking thing. Why would anyone want to draw something like that? Beats me. Anyway, the entrance is collapsed, so there's no way to check it either. We'll still go there very briefly, just to see how far into the cave we could get. I doubt very far. It'll open up much later in the story. Oh, look, it's the person that got really mad when I was standing in their field. Talk to them after getting some cash. Serial tree killer. I saw it. Excuse me, killer tree. Yeah, terrible vent height. Good reward from this one, though. Excellent reward. I can't wait to get bonus souls. Villager says, hey, get out of my field. What are you? Stop trampling my field already. Grah! How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my field? Poor villager. We're gonna disrespect them. They might turn into a demon at the rate of disrespect. Hello, Bloodwing woman. Did you meet the dragon? Yeah, and it all worked out nicely. Wow, coming back from an encounter with the dragon, I'm pretty impressed. I mean, we've done more impressive things, honestly. Let's take a quick tour to the south. Oh, chat. We have a deficit of below 4,000 cat souls. Do you remember that time, chat? We had like 4,500 souls. Do you remember that time, chat? I'm glad we carried over the cat souls between games, because that would be a not great use of time, I think. I'm glad we carried it over. So let's view the area to the south. I believe there's soldiers that stop us from getting further inside. And while we're here, I just want to double check for a chest. Yeah, I thought there was a chest here. Might as well as chat. Take whatever we could get. Where's tempering powder? Not a good item to receive. Again, we can easily get that just by enhancing an item once and then dismantling it. So, probably one of the worst things we could get outside of Tails coins. Both are equally pretty useless. So we could see the point that would allow us to geo-board, but we're not allowed past. What do you have to say about this soldier? Zamal Grotto is a den for powerful demons. Entry to this place has been forbidden. You are not allowed to power level here. Get out of here. It doesn't even lead to anywhere. It's literally just a side dungeon we just lock off for no reason. Well, chat, at this point, we should try to progress our way towards Port... I was about to call it Cadnix. I don't think that's quite the right one. But we have to go to the port. And because there is a skip between us and the port, we're not allowed to go straight there. So what we're going to try to do is that since we're here, we might as well as buy some equipment. And we might as well as also look for the geo point, so that way we can surf in town. I'm trying to remember where that is. I don't think I could see it on the overworld map. I'm going to check to the south first. I'll go as far as the cathedral, I think. No dialogue should have reset here, to my knowledge. So we're basically going to walk until we trigger the plot event that's stopping us from using the port. I think it's Zexen. I think I was trying to think of Port Zexen. It appears the geo point is not here, so we'll turn around. And then I think at that point, we've made sufficient progress. I think we could say we are on track. We did a very, very long stream today, but I think it was worth it. So let's go ahead and purchase another Armstrong. That's always a fun one to get. Stream chain. Ooh, wind attack power 7%. That is very useful on a character whose half his moves are listed as wind. We'll get some more items, mostly just the junk. I think I'm seeing anything else that's like too standout-ish. Yeah, just kind of average items. And from here, we're going to check out the cathedral, where hopefully the I Go Faster point is located. And then from there, we're just going to take a nice little tour to the south. I believe the geotree for the area beneath us should be fairly close by. I still don't see the geo point. Did I miss it in the first area or something, chat? Or is it in the church? Oh, it's in the church. Okay. Made us work to get to that shortcut, chat. There we go. Now we can just speed through. Actually, you know what? I think it's faster just to leave town just by warping to Logris. That's fair. So I believe the geo point of interest is directly north of us. We could go back and explore the other areas, which I think we'll hold off until next time. Because there's some things we can do once we have access to more areas. Yeah, it definitely makes us go out of the way for fast travel, which is kind of annoying, because we don't really have a reason to ever go there for plot purposes at this point. So I will try my best to get this little speed up, because as you can see, the enemies are just barely slower than us. So it'd be nice to be able to take advantage of this. One quirk with the Geo board, outside of the ones that I've already mentioned, let me make a quick save here in case the chat likes the skit, is that it takes a little while to accelerate. So for a brief moment when you get on the board, you actually lose all momentum. So if you're trying to run away from an enemy, it's probably best not to do that, because it'll catch you during that little pause.
Turtles, keeping tight circles. Oh, perfect timing, Eisen. I's got a letter for you.
A letter?
Did you get a reply to that letter you sent? What's it say? What's it say?
I know everything that you've done. Repent for your horrendous deeds, you monster.
What did you do, Eisen?
No idea. There's no sender written on here either.
Who would write something so awful?
Who cares? If I gave a damn about other people's feelings, I wouldn't be a pirate.
I suppose that's true.
Forget about it. What's the status of the other stuff?
The Palmier made it just fine. But we've run into some troubles finding the Nordals. My deepest apologies.
What are Nordals?
Nordals used to be given out by Empyrean temples. If you collect a set of 4, you'd find happiness. Oh, so they said. Nowadays, there's only 4 left. Red, blue, green, and black. Even worse, nobody hardly knows nothing about them.
Dolls of the Empyreans. Do you think they're like that one we saw of Aminoch in that shop in Isolt?
Kind of. But these are less gloomy looking and more, how can I describe it?
Something like a quiet radiance?
A quiet radiance. That's perfect!
I think I get it.
I'd never have pegged you as a collector of religious claptrap, Eisen. Think they'll help keep the Reaper away?
Probably not. But in the off chance they actually work, they'll keep her safe.
Her? Hey, that letter Eisen sent off earlier was addressed to a woman, wasn't it?
Our little Laphicet is growing up.
No, I wasn't implying she was his girlfriend. Her writing just seemed more mature, and...
It's nothing like that. She's my younger sister.
I didn't know you had a sister.
She's the only family I have left. She and I live apart for various reasons.
I'm guessing your death curse is one of them, huh?
Mogiloo!
So that's why. I'd be happy to help you look for those dolls, Eisen.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay then. Thanks.
Okay, so we just got access to a new side quest very soon. It hasn't popped up on the map because I don't think it'll allow us to get it yet because we can't leave the area. But we could go ahead and start collecting Nordals. I believe there's 4 in total around the land of Berseria. And if we get all of them, we'll get something special to happen. But chat, we now have the most important skit. Cats or dogs?
I saw Benwick and the other crew members get into a serious fight over whether cats or dogs were better. I don't get what the big deal is.
I can't believe you could say such a thing! No conflict is more perilous than the one that has dogged mankind since the dawn of civilization! In the shadow of every war are the battles of dog lovers and cat lovers. Between each side lies a divide, maybe not all that deep, but unbridgeable all the same. I'd say we're lucky that the squabble you saw didn't escalate into anything more serious.
I had no idea it was such a big deal. So what side do all of you fall on?
I am, without a doubt, a cat person. Cats and witches have a long history together.
Personally, I prefer dogs because they can cohabit with humans while following rules. But I like cats too, because they're cute.
What about you, Rokuro?
Shigure liked cats, so I don't. But I like dogs even less. Always wagging their tails for their masters.
I feel the same way. Dogs will trade anything for food. Learning tricks, wagging their tails, getting friendly, and in time, even forgetting to howl.
I think that's too cynical. Dogs make efforts to please humans so that we can live together. They're friendly and compassionate creatures.
Then does that make you a cat person, Eisen?
Actually, I like squirrels best. When I lived with my sister, the nearby forest had lots of nice, fluffy squirrels that would let me pet them.
This isn't about squirrels. It's about cats and dogs. You have to pick a side.
If I had to choose, yeah, it'd be cats. There's something lovable about the way they act, especially when you spoil them. Reminds me a lot of my sister.
What about you, Velvet? Cats or dogs?
Dogs. They don't betray you.
You always have to be so serious, don't you?
So Velvet and Eleanor like dogs, while Magilu and Eisen prefer cats.
And Rokuro doesn't care for either one. That makes you our tiebreaker, kiddo. The fate of this showdown is in your hands.
It is?
Now that you're no longer the Abbey's dog, perhaps you're thinking of being one for Velvet's column?
What has that got to do with anything? We're just talking about which animal we like.
If you're getting so angry over this, he's going to have no choice but to pick dogs.
I just told you.
No more fighting! This is clearly getting out of hand, so why don't you all agree that you're Bienfu people and make up already?
And what makes you special enough to have Bienfu people?
Because I can be loyal like a dog, but also do my own thing like a cat. If you pick me, everybody wins.
I don't think it works that way.
I know the chat just wants to be a whole bunch of Bienfu people. They're feeling it in their hearts. So at this point, we can now teleport to some more locations, but we're still restricted in where we can go. But I still feel like this is not a bad point to pause for now. So I'm just going to travel to the save point. It's for a formal save. So hopefully by the time we start up the stream next time, we basically have an expedition out to hopefully get butter, because I need to cook a very specific dish for additional skit. And then I think from there we might do some light treasure cleanup into the next area. And once we complete the next area, chat, that sets us up for next week, which again is my favorite part of the game. So hopefully we could get everything out of the way. It is a tall order. There is a lot to do still. You can see we're going on like 41 hours. We started, I think, at 36 or so. So today was definitely a very long stream, but I think it was worth it. I hope you all had fun. But for now, we're going to pause. So let's switch over to the end of the stream. So I don't even know if I could fully recap what we did today. We went through a ton of skits. We're still waiting on the Kuragane to do something with the Orichalcum we received at the very beginning of the stream. We now have fast travel, and that, as a reminder, is punishing Bienfu every time we use it. We have some of the geo points, but not all of them. We could potentially go back to the marshy plains to the north of Logres in order to make that one jump. And we might consider doing that because it'll give us access to a new chest. And also, if we go over there, I think it allows another shortcut from the Aldina Plains. Because I think, if I recall correctly, that large jump you do, I think also ends up leading to the Aldina Plains indirectly. It's just like another way to get there, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll check it out next time. So our plan is to go back to Titania. The 2 Earth Pulse points we've been to have been a bust. But we're going to be coming across a very interesting one where I feel like we're going to start to see what I would consider the stronger emotional scenes within the game. So even though it doesn't technically fall into my favorite moment of the game, I do recall a pretty strong cutscene coming up involving characters that have only really been mentioned by other NPCs, which again, I think is really interesting that they actually set up the characters we're going to be seeing next time. I think almost like 5 sessions ago. It's been a while, so you get to test your memory, chat. It's always a fun thing to do in this game. And one thing I do recommend is that when we start streams next week, and I will remind you in the next stream as well, I very much recommend you go check out the VOD to rewatch at least the beginning village encounter and see what the different people talked about there. There's a lot of cool things I think they reference that don't really come up until around this point in the game. So it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. And you'll also want to go back to them to revisit some of their, I guess, general personalities. We didn't have too many conversations with them, but I think enough that you could just have a basic idea of some of the dynamics of the villagers, because that'll be coming up in a future session. But in any case, going as spoil-free as possible, I'd like to thank you all for joining. Hopefully you had a good time. We defeated most of the bosses without too many issues. As to be expected, the character that is like Kambawana gave us the most trouble. We defeated the story boss without any issue. We literally got that at one try. And we defeated the other boss, which I am even forgetting what enemy type it was because it died so quickly compared to the other boss in the Aldina Plains. We defeated that one in one try without anybody dying, so that was nice. As I said before, if we need to make up any kind of grade, we could just go battle along the I was gonna say the surface, but the overworld versus a dungeon. So that way we could get the dangerous encounters to spawn. But I think for now, we're not really going to try to abuse the grade system. We don't have enough items to really warrant doing it outside of maybe the rings. But I just want to remind people if people are playing along. Oh, the peacock, thank you. I just remind people if they happen to be playing along or thinking about playing the game that is the best way to get grade, do the overworld encounters, and the best way to get experience is dangerous encounters. So you could just repeatedly chain dangerous encounters on the surface if you really want to, rather than dive into a dungeon. The only thing that really rivals that in terms of XP are the story bosses, so I would take the hit on grade on story bosses before I lose that XP. Because if you start letting people die, it's going to start snowballing out of control in the higher difficulties. So far we haven't really had a reason to worry about that. But I'd also must say that I don't think we're supposed to be under level 30 by this point in the game, because I think the average enemy level is like 40 plus. But, you know, we'll just consider that part of the challenge, chat. We'll just continue going. I don't think we need to grind until maybe we consider the bonus bosses. And until we get to that point, I think we're basically home free. I also want to point out that when we are basically in, let's say, post-game dungeon land, I might open it up to Parsec for people that just wanted to kind of play along and end up playing a character while we game. Because that's like a less pressure environment, I guess I could say, versus like going through story and trying to do it with low level equipment. We'll see how it goes. But I think for now, I'd just like to say thank you all for joining, and hopefully you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.